Hello and welcome to Technocracy Reloaded backer session here at the Onyx Path Twitch. I am Travis Legge, the uh, program director for the Twitch channel and the developer or one co-developer of Technocracy Reloaded. And I have some wonderful guests with me today that are going to be joining me for a tale of tragedy and terror in the technocracy. Or, maybe just some fun. You never know. Maybe both. So let's go ahead and do our introductions. And as we do them, we're going to go ahead and have each of you, if you could, please tell us who you are, your pronouns, who you're playing, their pronouns, and then just a bit about your character. I know each of you prepared a bit of a backstory to get ready for today's session, so feel free to share that, as well as a physical description of what we can expect to see. And so let's go ahead and kick things off with Sean. Go ahead and share your details with us, please.
All right, absolutely. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Sean. I use he, him pronouns. The character that I'm playing is Chief Warrant Officer Tedford Pappy Irwin, also using he, him pronouns. Pappy is a slight, wiry, older man in his late 50s with the weather-beaten face of a farmer, but the trim build of a military veteran, typically clothed in a weather-beaten bomber jacket with various patches, both Void Engineering from the United States Marine Corps and his trusty Green Bay Packers ball cap. Pappy is one of the strange members of the Void Engineers that might be actually approaching retirement or something in that form. It's yet defined as what it means when one finally hangs up and retires to go back to the family farm after a career of service. But he is a family man with both grown adult children and grandchildren living on a farm in southern Wisconsin.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And next up, let's have Justin, if you could, please give us all of your pertinent details.
Hi, I'm Justin, he, they pronouns. My character is Erwin Berry, he, him. Iteration X programmer and also sometimes just explorer of the surrounding environs. Mostly, sensory specialties, but with a little bit of ability to influence some things, mostly through computers when available.
Excellent, thank you. And last but most certainly not least, Zachary, please give us all of your pertinent details.
Hello, my name is Zachary Naldret, he, him. I will be playing Agent Jacob Hartigan today, also he, him. Jacob found his way into the New World Order through a career freelancing as a bounty hunter, private investigator, private security, whatever kind of work he could get done. He is on the shorter side. He's about 5'6". His build is kind of hidden by the black suit that he is wearing. The broad shoulders are really the only physical trait that you can gather from looking at him. His hair's longer than a normal NWO agent, because if you have to go undercover, I can grow out my hair. I can't grow out my hair if I need it to be long, but if I need it to be short, I can cut and shave.
Excellent, I love it. And we are setting our tale today in northern Illinois. Technically, the area that you are all operating in or going to be operating in is under the oversight of the Chicago Symposium. You have each been contacted and informed that there's going to be a meeting that's being held in the Rockford, Illinois office. That office is located in a disused communications facility that once belonged to the local cable company and has been largely abandoned for about the past decade or so until recently repurposed for the Union to utilize. Um, you've been asked to come in and attend a meeting. There is a new initiative that is being explored in the area, and they need a couple of agents to help out with some of the preliminaries. So you're all expected to report for a 9:15 a.m. meeting on a Thursday. Um, what would be let's start with Pappy because he's I think probably the furthest away. What would Pappy's morning look like on that Thursday as he's getting ready to for this meet?
Yeah, I anticipated you'd probably work in the Chicagoland area because Pleasant Prairie right on the border, so not too far of a drive, but Rockford a few hours. So I'd probably be getting up early enough that morning, tending to the family, familial things, packing a lunch and a thermos full of coffee, getting in the truck and heading out to, beyond the Cheddar Curtain to Rockford land.
Excellent. And it's Rockford's pretty much right over the state line, so not too terrible of a drive. Um, that the morning seems relatively pleasant and relatively routine. There's nothing immediately leaps out as being a concern or an issue. Um, what about Erwin? Erwin Berry. How is Erwin's morning looking?
Probably waking up, getting showered, throwing on, vaguely business. Since it's a meeting, he's gonna put on, Oxford and slacks. Then he's probably gonna head out, local convenience store, grab an energy drink, and then make his way from probably Chicago to Rockford, because he probably had a late night the night before.
That's fair.
Just
And it's about a barring traffic about a 90-minute drive or so. Um, so is now are you punctual, or an early arriver, or more of like a fashionably late?
probably
Fellow?
one of those. I'm probably shooting for getting there early enough so that I can pick up something to eat in Rockford, because
Okay.
otherwise I would definitely be late.
That's fair. So you head out, give yourself probably about an hour worth of leeway, which traffic is smooth and it seems to be a relatively uneventful journey to get there. As you leave the city of Chicago, heading toward Rockford up Interstate 90, pretty much immediately after you go under the last sort of park and ride for the CTA um, transit system right there off of the interstate. The height of the buildings almost creates like a visual ramp downward as you're going through those northern suburbs until eventually it sort of fades into farmland, and that's about an hour of the drive is farmland that's punctuated with the occasional factory or the occasional small town, but it's mostly sort of just flat, boring crops and uh, lots of cars, most of them heading in the other direction. But overall, an uneventful journey. And lastly, Agent Hardigan. What is Agent Hardigan's morning like?
So Agent Hardigan probably would have headed out the night before and found a cheap motel within walking distance of the location meeting, so that when the morning comes, he can get up, check some things out in the area and make it there in a reasonable amount of time. If he's got the opportunity to, if there's a place close by, he's going to get a coffee, sit, watch the building, and see who comes and goes before making his way inside.
Excellent. And heading in the night before, finding the nearest place to stay, there is definitely a cheap hotel not far from the construct, probably about 3 blocks away. And this hotel, called the Lafayette, is seems to be almost primarily a residence more than like a hotel where people stay on a temporary basis. You get the impression just from the activity in the lobby that a lot of the people that are there live there and are not of a great deal of means. There's the neighborhood itself is mostly businesses and located relatively closely to the central police department, the precinct 1. And there's actually a work release facility that's right on the other side of the block from the hotel that you're staying in. And as you're rolling in at night, you would probably see a number of the inmates from that work release kind of out in like a caged smoking area, basically. It's getting the chance to look at Rockford up close with that sort of early arrival in the area. You really get to see kind of the toll that it has taken. It is very much a fallen manufacturing center. It is Gary, Indiana, without any of the charm. It's a city that's falling apart, broken. The moment you enter the downtown area proper, the potholes are almost like a musical instrument that your vehicle plays as you're passing along them. And there's just kind of an air of sort of almost like subcomatose haze among the populace of kind of wandering around in like this blast radius of former greatness that is now fallen. So, a bright, shiny, fun place. There is a coffee shop about a block away from the symposium, so you're able to, or from the construct, I should say, so you're able to grab a coffee in the morning. It's good artisanal brew, and you do see kind of in that early morning hour professional folks sort of making their way around downtown as the sort of grime doesn't necessarily fade away, but just is sort of overrun by lawyers making their way into the courthouse right there by the police station, various professional folk that are working the offices downtown, but that's sort of juxtaposed against like homeless folks sitting by the side of the street, begging for change, things along those lines. It's definitely kind of a microcosm of urban decay. Coming in that morning, I would say that Erwin and Pappy probably don't catch quite so much of that, though the potholes are obvious. The town does seem a little bit cleaner, particularly if you're coming in on the main streets. Once you get downtown to the immediate area of the construct, however, that decay really starts to hit. And so we'll say, for convenience's sake, narratively, Agent Hardigan, you're probably the first one that's on the scene. You said you were going to wait for the others and kind of watch who comes and goes.
Yeah, figure, waiting for the rest of the team before entering, just for, if nothing else, for appearance sake. If any of them show up are gonna make the entrance late, I'm not gonna wait that long.
Sure.
But
And as you're waiting outside the construct, the actual address is like on North Main Street, and it does not have a working entrance from the street. There's a parking lot that goes down around behind the building, which sits along the river right next to a wooden walking bridge that goes underneath one of the bridges that you can drive across the river. So there's some benches there, and you can sit there on that park bench and just kind of wait and watch. Um, you do see some people that you're assuming are symposium personnel, possibly sympathizers even, arrive kind of in about 45 minutes to an hour before your meeting is due. And they make their way in. There is a lone security guard. Looks like he's probably in his 60s, maybe. Has every bit the retired police officer who's doing this part time kind of vibe. Reading a newspaper, barely glances up from it as people are coming into the building. And it's just sort of almost exactly what you'd have expected to see. And that expectation is sort of meets some dissonance as a truck driven by Pappy. I would assume by truck you would mean a pickup of some sort. Yes. Go ahead and describe Pappy's truck as it pulls into this construct parking lot. Oh, I think we've got you on mute there, Sean, or we're losing your volume.
All right, let's try that.
There we
so
go.
We'll say late, like a late '60s, early '70s Ford pickup, well maintained but older. Yeah, he'll find parking. There's both parking lot and a street, but I'm assuming the parking lot is accessible.
Yeah, so you drive down. There's like a ramp that you would drive down off of, and then pull around behind the building into the parking lot. So it's off street parking.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's various different colors that have been patched or repaired, but still serviceable, well run. He'll throw it in park, get out. Probably takes the keys with him, although he might forget. Grabs a thermos and a lunchbox and closes the door. You said Agent Hardigan's already there, correct? Seated somewhere nearby.
Yeah, so he's sitting. I would assume on one of the benches, but if there was somewhere else, some other vantage point that you would take.
No, I'll walk up to him first.
It's definitely a sight seeing this sort of older pickup truck pull in up against the various Spectre Motor Corporation vehicles that are parked. It's the only like splotch of color in that entire parking lot. Everything else is just sort of black and reflective. But continue, please. You approach.
Yeah, I'll approach. Hey, good morning. I hope this meeting doesn't last too long, or Illinois is going to start charging me property taxes. How's the trip on in?
Trip was fine. How was yours?
Oh, it's always a delight to drive down the well-maintained roads of Northern Illinois.
I think that truck of yours is older than I am.
She still runs. You forget about these things like buying cars and stuff when you're in the business, right? Now I have to really think about it. I see that security guard sitting over there, and I'm kind of envying him. That could be my gig. I could wave anyone in. It wouldn't bother me too much.
I couldn't imagine being at that point where I was ready to just sit on a desk and read the paper all day.
No, you're a steely-eyed missile man, ready to get out there and make the world universe better. Good on you for it.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
You know anything about what this meeting was called for?
I don't know. I don't have too many thoughts. I'll be waiting to hear what the actual mission laydown is, but I can't imagine it's anything too complicated. Nothing much happens out this way, I wouldn't think. But I say that now, right? What's the ancient curse? May no new thing arise.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
So, how about you? You hear anything in your network and the land you operate in?
No, so most of my contacts are a little bit further south from here, so not really familiar with what is all going on up here in Rockford.
Well, then I guess it'll be part of the surprise. Part of the surprise. Here, I have some venison jerky. My boy took one down with a bow earlier this season. Have some of this. We'll hang out here and wait for our third year.
Thank you, sir. Take it, eat it. Not bad. What's venison?
Deer.
Deer.
Deer. I wouldn't pull a bait and switch on you and give you something real weird and strange. We found out there somewhere. No, from Earth, North America, safe enough.
You know, that city life, you don't get to see a lot of deer, so it's not something we find very often.
Come out my way sometime. Be nice and relaxing. Unplug a little bit. Silence, darkness. It's nice. It's nice. Take advantage of that.
Well, think about it.
And about this time, Erwin, what are you driving?
Probably driving something approximately comparable to a Honda Insight in the second most common color.
Excellent. Okay. So you see this Honda-like vehicle in like a gunmetal gray come pulling down into the parking lot. And what sort of driver is Erwin? Is he cautious? Is he reckless? Is he just sort of obeying the rules of the road? Kind of an average approach?
Go with the flow, but leave yourself enough space to, in case somebody else messes up.
Okay. So he just kind of comes cruising in, finds an open spot, probably next to the truck, as the two of you were speaking, and steps out.
Agent Hardigan, Pappy, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Anybody know why, what this symposium's on?
They just said to come to Rockford, so I came to Rockford.
Fair enough. Well, shall we get going in, or?
Yeah, it's about time. Let's see. We can head on in.
All right. The three of you make your way up to the door. Security guard just nonchalantly kind of nods at you without looking up. Doors open at your approach. You step inside. There's a receptionist that's there pretty much right after you go through kind of like a double set of doors. So there's that first door that the guard is in front of. There's a second set of interior doors, and then a reception desk. The receptionist is a gentleman probably in his mid to late 20s. He's dressed in black tie, white shirt. He's got his black suit coat kind of over the back of his chair. And he just sort of kind of looks up at you as you walk in and says, "Oh, you're here for the meeting with Special Agent McLaughlin?"
Exactly, yes.
Elevator at the end of the hall. Go up to the third floor. I believe she's waiting in the conference hall.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You head down.
Go ahead, head on up.
You make your way over to the elevator. As you enter, you see that there's buttons for floors 1 through 4, and then basements 1 through 4. You hit the third floor button, head up, doors open. You see it's kind of basically like a straight line hallway. On either side of this hallway, you see various basically identical office doors, probably about every 30 feet or so. And then at the far end is a conference room completely encased in glass. Inside this conference room, you see a woman. She looks like she's probably in her late 50s, maybe early 60s, dressed in a gray suit. It's like a skirt suit, basically. So blazer top, kind of a white blouse with a bit of a sort of a poof on the neck, and then gray skirt about knee length. And she's got gray hair pulled back in a bun, and she's just kind of looking over a few files, like paper files, as she waits for you. You all head into the conference room. She says, "Oh, good morning. Have a seat."
Go ahead and take a seat.
Take the ball cap off, grab a seat next to the Agent Hardigan here.
Sean, I think you're
Take the ball cap off, have a seat next to Agent Hardigan.
Says, "Nice to meet you. I'm Special Agent Tess McLaughlin. I've called you here to act as some escorts for me. I have a meeting coming up of a somewhat sensitive nature, and I needed a few experienced operatives to assist. Tell me, how much experience do you all have with tradition aligned reality deviants?
Well, I've had to kind of clean up some of their messes. I brought a couple in. Is there a particular type of experience you're looking for?
No, I just would like to know any familiarity you might have, that's all. Any biases you may be harboring, or any previous experiences you may have that might color this operation going in.
No, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Edge. We've encountered some of these guys, and it hasn't been so bad, but I haven't seen them operate much on Earth, so I can't speak to that as much as Agent Hardigan probably can in some of the messes here. But experiences out in the great beyond, slightly different take. I think we might be talking about two different classes, or at least two different types here when it comes to that interaction.
I would imagine so. But I have chosen each of you for your expertise to assist me with what's going to doubtlessly be a delicate operation. I'm spearheading an experimental initiative here in Northern Illinois. Well, here, she tosses a dossier, manila envelope to each one of you. Inside that envelope, you'll find profiles on a Jamie McAllister. He's a member of the Order of Hermes, and according to our intelligence, one of the more influential magic using reality deviants in this region. Our initial intel has indicated that his primary function within their organization has been to hunt those who have become aligned with Nefandi or Marauders, and that he has sort of, through pursuing that career path, found himself in a position of leadership. In order to, I guess the best way to put this is just be blunt about it. Control has been running data analysis and have come to the conclusion that the current state of affairs is untenable with regards to our relationship both with the traditions and with the masses. The timetable has been imperiled to the point that some drastic measures are being called for. And myself and a few other agents at my level have proposed, for lack of a better term, diplomatic outreach. Frankly, the world is in a fairly sad state. And a lot of that has to do with the masses and activities that the masses are engaging in. What control deems to be the misuse of our tools and procedures that we have implemented into the public. Because of these threats, we feel that it may be productive to pursue joint operations with the traditions in a limited fashion. The reason I called you here is to act as reconnaissance and ultimately escorts for a meeting with this Adeptus McAllister to sort of lay the groundwork for potential future negotiations. Now, I understand that flies in the face of much of what we have been taught. But I believe that there is some benefit to be had if we can negotiate this in a mutually acceptable fashion. As a result of this, particularly with regards to the precept of Damien, Control has authorized a temporary limit on Article 5. For the duration of this operation, we are to run any sort of potential conflict, particularly with tradition-aligned reality deviants, up the chain of command for any sort of approval before we would engage in any sort of hostile interaction. The purpose of this mission is diplomacy, gentlemen. In the hopes that maybe we can find some common ground and undo some of the damage that has been done in the past couple of decades. Do you have any questions?
So we're just making sure everything is okay to and on the up and up to hold the meeting. We're not actually going to be the ones talking to this guy, are we?
No, negotiations will be handled by me. The two functions that you have been brought in for are initial reconnaissance and to act as my personal escort for the actual meet.
The bounds of the reconnaissance, just what we're shown, or is perhaps aggressive data gathering part of the mission.
Well, one thing that we want to be very, very mindful of, and forgive me for being blunt, but we're a little bit off the rule book here. We have to be very aware of the sensitivity that the targets may have toward our use of enlightened science. And not only are they likely to be aware of it, they're likely to be offended by it. I would like to keep recon regarding the people of interest to mundane, relatively non-invasive intel gathering. A location has been selected for the meet on a preliminary basis, based on neutrality, accessibility, and anonymity. I am certain that this McAllister has his people looking the place over to ensure that there's no tampering. I would like us to do the same. To that end, feel free to employ whatever methods you've deemed necessary to ensure the security of this situation. I don't think that I can overstate the potential for this to go sideways. We could, if we don't conduct ourselves properly, we could be lighting a powder keg. So, whatever measures are necessary to ensure that the location is safe and secure are approved.
This is a clarification, ma'am. This is a mutually agreed upon location between our leaders and theirs to select a site, I'm assuming on Earth. Do I have that correct?
Yes, yeah. All of the negotiations will be taking place in the front lines, partially because that puts us on a relatively even playing field with regards to desire to keep the masses out of any conflicts. We are both less likely to get trigger happy if there's citizens around.
And was the negotiation for the site directly with this McAllister, or were there other people on their side we think might be involved? I asked because if others knowledgeable could compromise a site, ma'am.
I understand completely. To the best of my knowledge, the only people that are aware of the actual meeting location are myself, Adeptus McAllister, his associates, and now you.
Understood. Thanks, man.
Yes.
And the manila envelope, is there anything information about his associates, or is it just McAllister?
All the information that we have about his associates is listed there. Couple of bullet points, things to be aware of. He operated for 2 decades with a group, a cabal, I believe is what they call themselves, of mages who largely traveled North America, as I mentioned before, hunting Nefandi and marauders. He's the only surviving member. One of them apparently became Barabai and was hunted by the others and killed. The other 2, according to our intelligence, suffered psychotic breaks, and one of them apparently underwent a strong enough paradox manifestation to remove them from the front lines, and the other, I believe, was killed by McAllister, according to our intel. But as a result of his bravery and heroism, his conduct in these situations, he has been promoted in the internal hierarchy that the Order of Hermes uses, which puts him as the senior member of their organization within about a 100-mile radius. He and I had our discussion regarding meeting locations in a public setting. We met at a Starbucks on Clark Street in Chicago. And he suggested a place that our intelligence also indicated was, our initial intelligence indicated was probably a safe location, set right here in Rockford. There's an abundance of abandoned warehouses, and they don't come along with the same baggage of potentially running into hemophagic entities as meeting in Gary would. So we decided to come here. We found a location that we believe to be secure, but as I said, we want to make sure that we look it over. The immediate surroundings of the location are, there is a nightclub that operates on that block. There is a marina that operates up the block from there. And there is another bar about 2 blocks away. So, which makes it pretty average for this region. Yeah. Any other questions or concerns regarding McAllister?
I mean, do we know where he's going to be attending the meeting from, or anything along those lines?
I haven't the foggiest. I would assume that he is going to spend time in his chapter house, and will probably be leaving directly from there. Per our conversation, we are each going to be allowed 3 escorts. Our escorts are expected to be armed, expected to have used whatever methods at their disposal to ensure their own safety and our safety. But we're also all expected to sort of keep our pieces put away.
Understood.
To that end, if there's anything you need to requisition in order to make this happen, I have shifted my personal resources to this construct. So, sky's the limit on the budget for this. I want to make sure that this works. I have a great personal stake in seeing this succeed, above and beyond wishing to see the greater good served. This, full disclosure, is based on a proposal that I made to my superiors, so it would serve me well for this to all come off without a hitch. I would rather not have to answer for this whole thing devolving into a firefight. So, whatever you need, you head down to the 2nd floor. They have a well-stocked and highly connected Q division in this construct as of about 20 hours ago.
So, if there's any available, I may choose to attempt to upgrade some of my items. If there's anything that can give it a little extra kick, that might help. Any apps or upgrades that for my phone that would work. Would have an ES phone, but it doesn't have any apps on it really for any enlightened procedures or anything.
Yeah, head on down to 2nd floor. They'll get you taken care of. Are there any other practical questions that you all have? Meeting is scheduled for Saturday at 4 p.m. So we have, judging by my calculations, about A little over 2 days. Sort this out.
Sounds good.
There's one question, ma'am, that I have, and it's about abort criteria for this meeting, and it isn't necessarily a clash between us and the traditionalists. It's kind of the aforementioned third party. Given that this man has executed quite a few missions and been successful, I'd infer he has more than his fair share of enemies. If we can't depend on his own leisure domain and stealth to get where he needs to be, is that criteria for us to say, hey, you have a fight on your hands, this is yours, and we're out, and we abort on this man? Or do we try to push through a third party entity to get this meeting to happen?
Well, quite frankly, one of the reasons I was drawn to McAllister is because he has a proven track record of eliminating threats that the Union consider to be top priority. I can't imagine a circumstance under which I will order you not to kill an Afandi.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean just aborting on the meeting itself. We're not meeting because of that. But as far as that target, well understood there.
Yeah, just if one of those enemies were to interfere, it is our job to ensure the safety of all attendees of the meeting. That includes McAllister and his entourage. I would expect and hope for the same treatment in return.
Thanks, ma'am.
So looking through the, what dossiers we have on the entourage, are the rest of the entourage hermetics, or, specifically I'm looking to see if there are any VAs that, I might actually be able to speak a similar language to.
The intelligence on his planned entourage is extremely thin. The only thing that you know is that it's going to be 3 people that are a part of his chantry. You do know that the composition of his chantry, according to the intelligence, is made up of hermetics, dream speakers, sons of ether, and euthanatos.
Oh, that sounds like a whole lot of fun.
Having said that, though, intelligence does indicate that there is at least some digital web presence used by members of his chantry. So those may be virtual adepts that are not included in the intelligence. Those may be members of either House X Miscellanea or House Thig of the Order Hermes. You just don't know for sure. The intel is unclear.
Okay, I will. But no reason for me to reach out ahead of time, given that.
No, I mean, if you wanted to do some recon on the digital web, you're welcome to do so.
Probably
again,
do so.
Feel free to kick over whatever stones you want to kick over, as long as we're not, short of breaking into their space. You follow what I'm saying? If there's anything outside of their actual chapter house is off limits. We can't begin this negotiation process overstepping each other's boundaries.
Understood.
But having said that, anything that can be, any intelligence that you can dig up in common spaces, by all means, do so.
Does this include pre-surveillance of the meeting spot?
In terms of things you can dig up?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Whatever intelligence we can get on that meeting spot. Like I said, he and I are both well aware that the other is going to make sure that, do everything in our power to make sure this is a safe meet. And that's going to include plenty of investigation. In the event that you should come across operatives under McAllister's command, or who appear to be under McAllister's command, during your initial recon, extend them with professional courtesy you would another amalgam of the Union.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Any other questions before I let you loose on the universe?
Is there
No,
anything else? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Agent.
no, I have no questions. I'm good. I'm ready to go pick up some gear.
Ma'am, is there like a confirmation code or signal when it comes down to attendees to make sure that everyone that's showing up there is who's supposed to be showing up there? Some kind of bona fides, whether it's visual, something spoken.
We will be relying on mine and McAllister's mutual recognition of one another.
Understood.
There's no proxies have been nominated for this meeting. If he or I can't make it, we're going to abort and find another time and another location. I have every confidence that if he shows up and has trouble with him, we have a much bigger problem on our hands than a simple deception. I can't imagine him standing for anything that would be threatening. And if somebody's able to subjugate him, then I would assume we would be in a very, very dire situation indeed.
I reckon we'll head to the second floor then.
I wish you all the best of luck. Happy hunting. Keep me posted. I will be here. I have a alarming amount of data to go over to familiarize myself with the region.
All right. Well, good luck with that, and
Thanks.
let's go get some stuff.
All right. You all hop in the elevator and head down to the second floor. Are you doing anything on the way there, or stopping for any conversation on the way there, or anything like that, or just
like I'm
you know?
probably gonna make sure that we've all got our priorities straight on, hitting the equipment. Like, Pappy, is this the kind of thing where you're going, you're a Marine? My default expectation is you're probably going to take care of the, capacity for violence if necessary, for lack of a better term.
I think our good agent might be right there on that level. You brought up a very good point, Mr. Barry, in the meeting, and that's cyber reconnaissance. I imagine in your own way, they'll be looking for those actors that exist on the, in the cyber realm, and those fine locations to see who might be out there watching, since reconnaissance could take place in multiple realms at once. I'm more than happy to provide support by fire, but again, don't overstate this old man compared to you hardy fellas here and your capability. I would think, though, in addition, that detection equipment of sorts, things that I'm happy to carry whatever you need to operate. In addition, to get things in place. There's a lot of things on ground, I think, that Google Earth can't show. Well, Google Earth, that imagery can't show us, and that being able to detect would be very, very, very helpful. And I wonder about running into these guys also. Counter reconnaissance is a thing, right?
Well, we're both both parties are going to go there, and we're going to take a look at the, meeting spot and its surrounding environs. The best, mission priorities right now are, if we meet others while doing this reconnaissance, treat them with professional courtesy and expect the same.
Certainly.
I can do that. We're in the weird times now, so.
Adventure.
Yep. So yeah, no, my plan: get stuff for, the pre-meeting reconnaissance, and basically things to make sure that outside parties do not I don't want anybody outside to know what we're doing in there, but I want to know definitely very quickly if anybody outside is going to pull some shit when we go back, when we're in there.
Well, that raises a question on this: is do we want to have a fixed site from where we're conducting reconnaissance from, or do we want to have a vehicle that we operate out of, dismounts, go and kick out and check around while we have a vehicle that can move about? I mean, I suppose that's part of the requisition. I would, again, Agent Hardigan might be able to speak more to procedurally how to do a fixed site here, or you both can. I consider both to be options depending on what kind of flexibility we want to have.
I mean, if we're doing recon on the place, we should be in there making sure the inside is secure as well. If someone knows that there's a meeting there, if we don't go in, they can set up traps all over the place.
Sure.
So
Physical site sweep.
in addition to the sweep, we'll want to figure out what are kind of the key points of escape if things go wrong, and where something can come in from, and find kind of like the most secure location. Taking a couple different ways to get there to familiarize with just the general area. Get different viewpoints from the.
No, you hit on some damn good things.
Mhm.
Obstacles in the air that could be a problem for our own egress and ingress. Observation of fields of fire, but what can we see from inside the building facing out? What you can see from the outside, what can affect it? Certainly. Avenues of approach, okay. So we might be doing some driving around here, so Vic for sure, but then, yeah, that internal suite, so
Yeah.
equipment related therein. And then I suppose, yes, the more personal protective equipment that you gentlemen carry. What about you though, Mr. Barry? Would you prefer to operate from a fixed location when it comes to setting up your equipment? Can you operate out of a vehicle with relative ease?
I would say that I can do quite a bit without even having any extra hardware aside from, my phone and but I think that if we're going to have some sort of permanent presence there, one, I'd have it be a certain distance from there. So vehicle might be good, but like a bit of adjoining space, like permanent space somewhere else, like lease a workshop in, the building next door or something, might be more useful. But I would say that we shouldn't leave anything permanent in the meeting space itself. And I think that we should express should we encounter tradition agents there, we should suggest that they do not do the same as well, because right now the only way that we have to establish bona fides, as you've mentioned, is, our primary representatives, acknowledging each other. So if we run into tradition agents there, we should, treat them with respect, but we also shouldn't automatically expect that they're supposed to be there. Like, they might just be a third party. So the site should be clean until we all get there and we all arrange the sort of security that we would like to have for the site. Everything else is to ensure that we are capable of, and we will ensure what security that we can from outside the site before the meeting. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah, when we get off on second, I'll start, finding some stuff for signal jamming to make sure that detection and jamming software and hardware to make sure that only the messages that we want getting out or in are getting in and out.
Beautiful. And so how many, between the three of you, how many dice of requisitions do you all personally command? Excuse me.
0.
Beautiful.
Zip.
3.
Yeah, 0.
All right. And you have an additional 6 that are being lent to you. So if you could, if you don't mind, Pappy, go ahead and give me a 9 dice at a difficulty of 6.
Just remember, we're all counting on you.
No pressure.
No pressure. Let's lay on this plane. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got better than odds, huh? 5. 5 out of 9.
Nice.
The best roll I'm going to have all night, fellas. So here we go.
Woohoo!
So what that's going to get you is you're going to have access to 25 background points worth of gear you can pull. Is there anything in particular that any of you has your eye on?
ES phone with a suite of apps that will kind of cover the kind of standard things that you would think an NWO agent operative would already have on their phone.
Okay.
If they had been in the field for some time.
And do you not currently have the phone itself?
I probably have a phone that just doesn't have it. It's capable of receiving the apps, but it doesn't have any functionality at this point other than just being a phone.
Okay, so let's. You can get a Manar for 2 points, I believe. Are you looking to get? Let's see. I know you can get a NOT installed on it for 3 points, which would allow you to hypnotize someone in the field should you need.
Not would be a good idea. Yep. I'm good with that.
You can grab the VDAS app if you'd like, but having a iterator with you, you probably don't need it. Because I would assume you have a DEI, don't you?
I do indeed.
Yeah. So
Is this one of the ones that takes up actual brain meat space, or?
Oh no, those are outdated technology. It's in your head, but it's not. Doesn't come along with nearly as many of the difficulties as the older ones do. Having said that, it is responsible for the permanent paradox you're carrying.
I'd figured.
There is the City Eye app for 2 points.
And that's the one that can like tap me into like everything going on in the city and pulling data from there and things like that.
Right. So you can sift through camera feeds, police cameras. It's basically like the Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight Returns. Lucius Fox Quits app. So that's there. There is Kgram as well for 1 point. Manar's 1. The City Eye is 2.
I should mention that I do have Manar and Kgram on my phone.
If you already have that, then
you maybe want to grab the Knot, which is 3 points. Having Kgram for each of you might not be a bad idea on your phones. That's just handy
Mhm.
because you can use it to notice if there's any dimensional anomalies going on.
Mhm.
And that is a 1-point app. So right now you're looking at like 4 points worth of requisitions, so that leaves you with 21. Or with City Eye, I'm sorry, that leaves you with 19 if you get the City Eye, the Knot, and the K-Gram.
I mean, I don't want to take up all the requisitions, but
Those are good tools, though. I mean, that's just a good call for all three of us to have that, plus a communication system that we can use, interact. I think that's just a good call for utility.
For sure. So if you're getting that for 2 phones, double that cost, so that leaves you with 14 points left of requisitions. Anything that you have your eyes on there, Pappy?
I don't really have the equipment list necessarily. The only thing I could think of otherwise, since I don't really have any items, would probably still be weapon and some kind of piece of protective equipment. Luckily, just pistol and maybe vest. But at most, again, we're not supposed to be getting into a bloody shootout. But those are the only thing I could think of right off the top of my head. Because I think if there's a lot more detection equipment we want to think about. I mean, I'm all about making the reconnaissance successful with as much enabler as possible.
For sure.
Vice defaulting just to guns and armor.
Having said that, if you want to grab a suit of second skin, as far as for personal armor, that's a 4-point buy, which gives you an armor rating of 3. Also adds to fire, electrocution, temperature extremes, things like that. It's basically kind of your standard Void Engineer protective equipment.
Right on. Well, if you fellas don't mind me eating up 4 points for that.
go for it.
Yeah, go ahead and mark down then that you have second skin, and that's an armor rating of 3. And that will leave you with, are you at 10 now? In terms of other recon stuff, you have the City Eye, so that's very handy. You can get pocket drones. There are also let's see. There's a specific thing I was looking for that you might dig. Spray cams are nice. So basically, you spray paint an area and it fills that area with photosensitive and acoustically absorbative nanite film. So basically, if you have the access code, you can remotely look at a place through the spray paint.
I'll take that. Yeah, I was gonna just ask about kind of normal cameras that we might be able to set up, but that'll work too.
That's a 4-point requisition if you're interested in that.
The drones. How much are the drones?
The pocket drone is 2 points per drone. And those you can pump that. So the basic drone itself is effectively fits in a lined case that fits in your pocket. You can release it, control it remotely, and have basically a 360-degree field of vision. That's for the basic cost of 2 points per drone. You can buy those up if you go for a total of 6 points for the drone. You can get Eye in the Sky, which basically allows you to acquire and track targets remotely. So you can. It'll basically use correspondence to locate and follow someone. The other option is there is a forces adjustment you can get for 8 points, which will drop an EMP if you needed to. That does not affect the drone. And there's a 4-point adjustment that will decrease the possibility of visual detection by making people not want to look at it.
I like that one.
That one's nice. I mean, I've got my own correspondence and forces. So, like, yeah, and mine.
Yeah. So I would. You guys are the gadget and the clearly the smarter ones and have been doing this more. But that drone sounds like it's a good idea. Especially we can use it to scout ahead. Not just for reconnaissance, but also for the escort mission in hand. That can be useful for finding a quick way out if needed. It can also be useful to make sure the coast is clear. We do it so that it's got that that my procedure where people just don't notice it. I think we can go that would go good with what we're looking to do. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the drone, and I'm definitely thinking getting that mine procedure. Question, Travis.
Yes,
Can I control the drone through my DEI?
absolutely. Yeah, it would not require any sort of exterior control. The other thing to note is that you can, provided that that you have the access to tools and time, um, as long as your paradigm would allow for it, you can add your own modifications to some of these things. So, like for example, your void engineer in the group has dimensional science. So anything that has a surveillance aspect to it, rigging in a dimensional science filter into that is probably not outside of the realm of possibility for.
That sounds pretty good. Like one of the things with forces too, could I attach some sort of sonic like cannon to it or something?
Yeah. What's your forces rated at?
2.
2. Yes. The way that would need to function though is it would need to, with forces 2, effectively you would need to have something. It would need to draw that energy from an existing energy source, right? So, for example, you could take the thrust that the drone is using and turn it into a sonic blast, with the downside being that then all of a sudden the drone's not flying anymore. You know what I mean? So,
Is this the kind of thing where, rigging up batteries would help?
sure, yeah. If you had like if you added some additional power source to it or something along those lines.
Because, also Prime 2.
Yeah, that would help absolutely. That would absolutely help. Yeah. So just as long as you have something to draw from that's already there, as opposed to just generating it out of nowhere.
Okay, so also getting our hands on some lightweight, high capacity batteries.
Yeah, and you could get those like at a, you know, I'm sure that they would have them on hand, but you could also, in a pinch, use something that you picked up at Best Buy, along those lines. You can blow up somebody's cell phone with forces too. It's not. Cell phones explode, vaporizers explode. Those things happen. So, if you needed to turn it into an impromptu grenade in a hurry, you could always just sack the drone and make it pop with forces too. And because you already have a connection through your DEI, that would basically be as if you were right there with it.
All right, so we got the drone. Did we get the spray cam?
Do you want to grab the spray cams? So
If
that,
everybody's good with it, yeah.
No, that's
I mean,
exactly.
so long as we have enough for the spray cam and the drone with the mind too.
yeah,
You know,
that and
the mind, don't look at me thing.
that will leave you, I believe, if my math is right, that leaves you with a grand total of 4 points left. So some things you could possibly get with that. In the event that any of you needed a holdout weapon, you could get finger guns. Those are lovely. They only work once, but they're pretty awesome. You could get, there is a weaponized pen that you can get for 3 points. You can also pick up pre-designed proficiency packages at a cost of 3 points if you wanted some of those. Which those effectively will give you extra dice on ability checks if you wanted to when you activate it. So, for example, if one of you wanted to make sure you were hyper perceptive, you could pick up effectively like a skill chip. Slot knowing kung fu, for example.
I mean, what are you guys looking for? The pen sounds like it's a great idea to me. But I mean, we could get some gas grenades or something, a couple of them, just in case we need to make a quick exit type of situation.
Yeah, I think that, with the rest of the points, we should focus on an egress plan.
Yeah, I mean that's an option. There's you go with kind of like some standard gas grenades. You can get those one for a pop. There's 2 point per grenade funhouse gas, which creates unpredictable visual distortions in the area and has a tendency to hang out and fill the region.
I'll
It's
go with
very difficult to blow away.
I think the funhouse gas is that way we get 2 instead of 1. So we don't risk, we don't have to make a decision of what if something worse is going to come up later down the line because we'll have a second one.
All right. Mm-hmm. And
All right.
Have you all made note of the items you grabbed?
Give me 1 second.
I believe so.
Getting a basic weapon require requisitions, or kind of just have a normal pistol? Okay.
I would assume that you would each have a X5A, probably.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of the standard sidearm. If I didn't put that on your sheet, that's my bad.
Yeah.
Would also have a stun gun. If not, I'll acquire one either by requisitions or walking into the type of town that Rockford is being described as. It's probably the type that might have stores that would sell them.
You can get a stun. There's bait shops in town that sell stun guns.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And given that thing that you mentioned, getting, buying a few lithium ion, battery, vaporizers, just in case.
Not a bad idea. They make for really handy grenades.
All right.
But yeah, so we've got that, things that we plan on adding to the drone. I'm going to work on batteries and a sonic weapon. Pappy, you're going to put on a, dimensional science filter. And Agent Hardigan, were you going to do any mods on the drone?
I think really the only mod that I was be able to do would be to have it instead of or have backup signals sent somewhere, because it's already going to you, right?
Yeah, so a
Yeah.
second feed.
So the possibility of a second feed that I could pick up on my phone, should something happen,
Okay.
or even backup controls, establish, a fail safe so that I can operate it from my phone if needed, but not as the primary method.
Okay. So
So, but yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything that isn't already covered or in it already. So
So in terms of modifications, we're looking at adding dimensional science to the drone. We're looking at prepping up a couple of kind of like potential explosives based on the drone and based on like a couple of vapes, right? And then the shifting of control of the drone, that would really be that's not going to require enlightened procedures. You can actually just do that with intelligence. So let's go ahead and get a couple of roles in. I would assume that you would be performing these tasks while you are in the construct, for the benefit of the equipment and regional reality of the place.
mhm.
So that'll go ahead and make those coincidental effects. So let's start off. I'm assuming you're just adding basic dim psi 1 to that drone, correct? So why don't you go ahead and give me an enlightenment roll, or Arte, at difficulty 4.
2.
Beautiful. All right, that will be more than sufficient to incorporate basic trans-dimensional perception to the drone. As to prepping up the ability to swap control of the drones to anybody's phone that's there, let's have Erwin roll int computer or int technology, whatever your preference is.
Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna do in computer because that is 7 dice.
There you go. That's gonna be difficulty 6.
Okay. That is 4 successes, 1, so that makes it 3 total.
Beautiful. Yeah, so being able to swap those over to either of your cohorts should present no significant problem. And then if you want to sort of pre-rig those potential explosive charges, let's assume you're getting 2 vapes and the drone itself.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead and get first. Let's do an enlightenment roll for the drone. That will be difficulty 5.
Okay. One success.
All right. Go ahead and make note that you've got
Actually, wait, never mind. I did that. I did that with the thing difficulty 6, so 3 successes.
Oh, beautiful. So go ahead and note that down. Just make a note that you have 3 successes, forces charge on that thing. So if you decide to pull the trigger on that, it will deal damage accordingly. And let's get rolls for the 2 vapes as well. Those will also be coincidental, so you're going to be at difficulty 5.
So another difficulty 5. 2 successes.
Excellent.
And third difficulty 5. 1 success.
Okay. So go ahead and make note that you have those down as well. So that way you don't have to worry about activating them in the field. You just know how much damage they're doing right off the cuff. And there was a modification that you were looking at making to the stun gun? Is that correct? Agent
I wanted
Hardigan?
I wanted to see if I could get it that mind effect that I was talking about, where he would when it hit somebody, it would cause them to kind of make them think their legs weren't working.
Sure. Go ahead and give me that again. Will be a coincidental adjustment. So go ahead and give me an enlightenment roll at difficulty 5. It's going to be a mind 2 effect.
Nope.
Nothing. Did you botch?
No, because I got a 6 to cancel out the 1. So
Okay. So you're working on it, and you're just having a very hard time sort of preloading this. That does not mean you can't try it in the field. Just means that you're really having a rough go of it. Now you can try again at a higher difficulty if you'd like.
Okay.
You are also welcome to spend willpower or primal energy on it, or you can reserve that and wait and just try it in the field, and it won't be at a higher difficulty.
I want to try to load it up again before heading out there. So
Anything you'd like to spend before you?
not really spend anything, but since we are talking electricity, would Forces 1 help that at all? If I can find it into the procedure?
I'm just trying to think of how that might fit, right? Because Forces 1, you're effectively looking at the perception of the Force, and I'm not sure how that would help other than if you were making somebody acutely aware of exactly how much electricity was going through them, in which case that would start to be very vulgar.
I'm thinking more of that. I'm looking at this thing that is giving off an electrical charge, essentially. So by having Force 1 and being able to look at the electricity within it and how it functions, if that makes the procedure any easier.
I don't know that it would, because because you're not really what you're not doing. Now, if you wanted to use Forces 2 to sort of, I guess, for lack of a better term, hot shot it.
I don't have Forces 2, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Got 1 success.
Okay. So you can note that in addition to the normal effects of being stunned, somebody would need to overcome. They need to make a willpower roll and get at least 2 successes. They need to overcome that 1 success to be able to function normally, due to that compulsion, basically.
Okay.
Is there any other preparatory work that you all needed to do?
I do not believe so.
All right. All right. You have armed yourselves and prepared your various procedures and such. What's your next step? Where would you like to go from there?
Head out before kind of heading out to the meeting location. Since my hotel is a weekly stay situation, I'd like to see if I can go to the front desk, maybe dig up some information on any of, even if it's just names of anybody else who's staying there, to see if there's anybody who does not fit the pattern of the type of person who would be living in a week-to-week rental.
Okay. How would you like to try to go about getting that information?
I'd like to go with bribing the front desk clerk, and possibly invoking mine too to make them a little bit more likely to accept the bribe.
Okay. And let's go ahead then and have you give me. Let's start it off with an enlightenment roll. That'll be a difficulty 5 because that's adjustments coincidental.
1.
Beautiful. So we're going to reduce the difficulty of your roll. Now, I would say this is probably going to be a. Let me bring up a actual sheet here so that we're talking apples and apples. Because from edition to edition, I always forget which skills are just flat out on the sheet. Do you have a persuasion skill? Leadership, probably. Right?
Subterfuge or leadership. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. Let's do I think manipulation subterfuge. We're gonna go with difficulty 4 because of your success on the adjustment, and you can add your resources to that if you have the resources background.
Adding resources to that gives me 4 successes.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, you're able to get a. Basically, what they tell you is that you're the only person who's like new. And they ask this. So, is there something in particular you're looking for, or something in particular you're trying to find? Something you want to. We have a lot of folks staying here, and they come from a wild array of backgrounds. Given your generosity, I'm happy to help.
So particularly, the type of people that I've run into would be working, seasonal jobs or be working contract jobs or things along those lines of things, and it would have a varied background, employment. Something that does not seem to fit the pattern of somebody who would be, somebody who doesn't need to stay in a weekly place because they should have no problem getting in a house on their own, or an apartment on their own.
Right.
Somebody who is working something more of a stable job, or somebody who might be coming in for a shorter period of time.
And he says, no, I mean, most of our residents are either on a fixed income. I'd say probably about half of the people that live here are pulling Social Security or disability. We got a few. I know we have at least 2 residents here that make far more money than one would need to live here. But they work in cash only businesses, and it makes it a little hard for them to report their income and buy houses and things along those
Understandable.
lines. We got a couple of ladies who work at the Tiger Tail, which is a local dance bar. We have a couple of ladies who work the street. And we got a couple of people that work in the bars in the area.
All right.
Just the wait staff and stuff like that. Barkeeps.
All right. Thank you. And so it's really nothing that would stick out as somebody who would potentially be in town for the same reason that we are.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing
Okay.
leaps out at you.
All right. And from there, head over to start surveillance and get, the spray cams up and running.
Sweet. While Agent Hardigan's doing that research, is there anything that Pappy would like to look into?
You know what? I'll kind of start the basic kind of map reconnaissance, looking at imagery first. From this location, how many roads lead in? How many stoplights? Kind of the basic breakdown of what kind of terrain we're looking at within a few blocks, as far as what they selected. So that way we're just not driving around in circles. So doing a little bit, just a little bit of an overlay to figure out right away. I know this is a choke point. I know this is a building I might want to have somebody on top of to watch. Kind of just that type of terrain analysis now before we even really make our way down there to cruise around. Other than that, I'll call my family and tell them that Dad won't be home for the next few days.
That's fair. All right. So as you're looking into it, why don't you? Let's see here. I'm just gonna bring up a quick piece of reference real quick. There we go.
Now that Agent Hardigan's out here changing the entire economic layout of Rockford by throwing a bunch of money around.
Right. Yeah. The entire economy is no different.
Yeah, depending on him.
Why don't you go ahead and give me a let's do intelligence and let's see. How about investigation?
Okay.
Let's do a difficulty 6 on that.
I'm coming up with 1.
Okay. The immediate things that you notice as you're kind of looking at the basics, the meeting location is a warehouse that's been disused for about the last decade or so. It's located near the corner of 11th Avenue and Fascination Street. 11th Avenue is the sort of thoroughfare that traffic actually occurs on. Fascination Street is basically a blind alley leading into a cul-de-sac. And that's where the actual address is. So there's only one street leading into where you're going. The other buildings in that cul-de-sac, one is basically an empty lot at this point. There's the skeletal remnants of what was once a family-owned metalworking shop are there, but it's barely walls and a ceiling at this point. There is also a warehouse that is owned and operated by Rockford Furniture Company, but they use it largely as off-site storage. The only other building on that block is a nightclub, and that nightclub is called the Thirst Trap. And it shares one wall with the actual warehouse that you will be meeting in.
Oh, okay, interesting. What time of day were they planning on the meeting again? It was afternoon.
The meeting was planned for the afternoon, yeah. I believe I said 3 p.m., but I could be wrong. So we're going to say it's 3 p.m.
Works for me.
Yeah. Let me see. Part of the reconnaissance, fellas, is seeing what the hours. Well, I guess I can Google what the hours of the Thirst Trap are. What time does that fine establishment open?
That fine establishment runs from dusk till dawn.
All right. Okay. So closed during the time of our meeting. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
I will volunteer to go inside and scout and see if there's any places that we could set up surveillance inside there, since they
Hey,
do
so
share a wall.
There might be an adjoining entrance between the two. We have to. Why? Again, your patriot, well, your sense of service and selflessness. I appreciate. There's a point beyond that though that I can think about is there's only one way down that cul-de-sac. If we ever had to go out, checking to see if there's some kind of door between those two establishments where we have to go through the club and get out.
Well, I mean, there's probably. There's assuming there's an alley. Is there an alley exit from the
No.
nightclub?
No. So like, the club sits directly on the corner. As near as you can tell from the research that Pappy did, there's not even like parking for this club. It's entirely possible, likely, that people come into the club might park in the cul-de-sac, park on the street, and walk to the club, stuff like that. But there's no like lot or anything like that. There's no way out of the alley, and the cul-de-sac on the other side of that ruin that was once a mom and pop shop is the Rock River. So there's really no like, short of taking a swim, there's no way out of there, but going up the alley and onto 11th Avenue.
Okay.
Gonna be great.
Any other
So
recon, by the way, that Pepe wanted to do?
That was just the initial map reconnaissance and look. I mean, I can expand out a little bit more, but a lot of that's just going to be drivability at that point and what the drone picks up.
Okay. All right, we'll look at that in a second. Were you going to say something, Agent Hardigan?
No.
Okay. And then, was there any other initial prep before you actually hit the field while Agent Hardigan is doing their work that Erwin would like to do? I think you're muted, or I can't hear you. One of the two.
I was muted. Sorry about that.
No worries.
No, I think that's pretty much it. You know, finding the escape routes. Like the only other thing that I would ask is like, you know, we could take us, you know, the ways to escape are take a swim or the alleyway. Like, if one was willing to not let walls be an issue, how far to the nearest road?
So if you're going, the nearest road that's not 11th Avenue would be, you'd have to go through basically two buildings on either side to get to the adjacent alleys. And those are also basically blind alleys that lead into industrial areas. This area looks like it was probably prior to being sort of repurposed for commercial. This looks like it was probably an industrial park.
Okay, so yeah, probably not going to be able to, you know, do the breaking walls down exit strategy.
Yeah, not so much. Might be a bit of a challenge. But, you know, if you have a big enough method of breaking a hole in the wall, I suppose you could, you know, go through a couple of buildings.
I like the kinetic option. There's always a kinetic option.
Well, yeah, but in this case, the kinetic option that might be successful is, hey, why don't we just jump the river?
I mean, that's not a bad plan. From what you can tell from your initial visual recon, that building at the end of the cul-de-sac really looks like a good solid wind could probably knock it down, and there doesn't appear to be any sort of functional fencing that would prevent you from dashing straight through that area and hitting the river. So that is an option. To that end, there is a marina not far from there as well. So that may even be a place where you could stage, a potential like emergency vehicle backup, something along those lines. Possibly even if you wanted to stage, instead of staging in a car, it may be advantageous of you to stage in like a speedboat. Like that is an option.
I mean, really, I was thinking at that point, like, how much does it cost to just have a Zodiac that we could, throw in the water if things go very sideways?
What, like a what's a Zodiac, like an inflatable boat kind of thing, or
Full
basically
inflatable boat. Yep.
yeah, boat with a pretty solid bottom, but inflatable side things and a motor.
oh, I mean that's something that you can just reasonably acquire. I don't think that would require like specific requisitions or anything like that. If you wanted to get it, if you wanted to get something that was more, that relied a little bit more on enlightened science and was a little bit more, say, pocket sized, that would be something you could try to push for. I'd let you make another requisitions check. It's going to be at a higher difficulty because you've already kind of stretched out the initial request, but you can give it a shot. If you want to make a requisitions check at a difficulty of 8.
Or would we sooner just have backup that's there the morning of the meeting staged and
Yeah, I mean,
ready?
that might be a little easier. The biggest concern that you have there is how close can you put backup before you are violating the spirit of the of the meet.
Yeah. Sure.
What about getting jet skis and just throwing a tarp over them?
I mean, if you want to just drop some jet skis over by that ruin and hope that nobody like steals them, yeah, that's absolutely that's absolutely doable. Yeah. You walk up, there's already like 4 jet skis there that have like Order of Hermes logos painted on them. Like, hey.
It might be a matter of hedging our bets. Get 8 whiskeys and hope 3 remain.
Yeah, that's true. It's a little harder to like strip the hubcaps off of a jet ski, so you probably don't have to worry about that so much. But all right, so your initial recon completed. Is there anything else that you want to do at the base or in the immediate vicinity of the construct before you start actually heading down that way?
What's the flight time of the drone again? How long can it stay persistent before it's to come back down?
The pocket drone.
Sure, yeah.
It's effectively indefinitely.
Okay.
Yeah, really, probably until I trigger that 3 success force effect.
Right, until it blows up.
And there she went. Yep.
I mean, if you want to do a flyby with that, you're welcome to. I know that there was some talk about putting the spray cams up.
Yeah.
Where would you like to try to get that set up?
So I would initially, so if we're going to go there, like all together, I would probably, or if we're not going to go there all together, I would try to take a different route and kind of approach it on foot to kind of get an idea of what's going on in the surrounding area and kind of see what's normal or anything that might seem out of the ordinary, to find different angles of approach for employing the spray cam.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and give me And are you going by yourself, or are Erwin or Peppy accompanying?
That's on you guys. Are you guys gonna man the drone and scout out or different paths, or do we want to do
So
this all?
my thinking is this. We should probably go and do all three of us, personal inspection of the area anyway. But one person going and spray painting an area is much less weird than three people going and one person spray painting an area.
For the sake of where we're going, I'm probably not going to be suited up for this particular mission.
That's fair.
So that it is a t-shirt and jeans situation and not a guy in a suit spray painting anything.
Also probably fair.
So yeah, I'm going to try to get a spray paint on an outside area covering any doors or any fairly easily used entries.
Okay.
So if there's any big spots where there's bricks blown out or a window that doesn't have any glass in it that's on the ground floor level, I want to get those covered.
So you're covering stuff that's actually on the building itself, or?
I'm gonna try to cover actual entrances to the building.
Right, but spraying like from a vantage point, like
that. So, yeah. So if I'm across the street from, across the street from the building, so I get kind of the entrance, but also some of the area around the entrance as well.
Okay. Cool. Quick thing, could you make sure to, since we do have that cul-de-sac sort of choke point, maybe have something on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We'll get that. We'll get a long angle from the back of the cul-de-sac coming out, so that way anything approaching the warehouse from the entrance to the cul-de-sac will get picked up.
And is there anything that Erwin or Pappy would like to do while Agent Hardigan is off tagging this neighborhood?
You want to check out the building itself inside?
I think that we should do that as a group. But since you seem to have a pretty short drive, mine's about 90 minutes. I should probably be closer to the area for the actual meeting. So I should probably, get myself a place to stay while Hardigan does the tagging.
Right. Are you gonna look for a hotel in the neighborhood of the club, or are you just going to look for a hotel that's somewhere in Rockford?
I would go for a, hotel somewhere else in Rockford. Probably the kind that a yuppie who is inexplicably in Rockford for business would choose.
There's actually like there's a cluster of like Hiltons and chain hotels right on the interstate. And when you're in that area of Rockford, it tricks you into thinking that it's kind of like a middle class, functional city. There's, strip malls and nice paved streets and restaurants that are not embarrassingly falling apart in that immediate region. And it, for all intents and purposes, looks like a nice town when you're at the Hilton, for example. So yeah, you're able to go and grab yourself a room there. That'll probably take you about as long as it'll take Agent Hardigan to do his work. And is there anything that Pappy's doing during that time?
I might actually just take a drive through the area. If he's out there tagging, I'll requisition a different car. I won't drive my truck 'cause it's a little bit too distinct, but just take a drive through the area and get a feel for routes around it. I won't go anywhere near where he's going. I'll try to keep an outer boundary as far as that industrial park in that area.
Okay.
You just do a normal driving kind of ground reconnaissance and get a look. I mean, I'll do things that are mundane. I'll stop for a coffee. I'll grab a sandwich. Kind of check for any type of surveillance that might already be out there. We're just a mundane, boring old man just going for a drive in sweet Rockford.
And are you using any enlightened adjustments or procedures to assist with this recon that you're doing?
I will use an enlightened procedure, and I will likely use dimensional science. Will probably be the primary here to look and observe, because those are the type of things that I am most concerned with as I take this drive. I'm not going to wear the armor and all the nonsense, normal clothes, but just have that be, with a piece of equipment, a camera, glasses, to have a look around and check.
The bright side about the second skin is it's literally like
it's tight. Okay.
Yeah, it's like wearing a wetsuit, so you can wear it underneath your stuff, and it's totally inconspicuous unless you rip off all your outside clothing, in which case you look like a superhero.
Right on. Okay, well then kid up enough, but I'll do that and use dimensional size. That'll be the primary. I think that's the primary concern, right? Something other than normal folks walking around, or those that have been somehow influenced by it.
Why don't you go ahead and give me just an enlightenment at difficulty 4 to activate that basic sense.
Okay, I have 2 successes.
Excellent. So yeah, you're able to queue up actually in your glasses just a heads-up display that will give you nice dimensional readings. And you're driving around the area. Meanwhile, Agent Hardigan is on foot. Why don't the both of you give me Why don't you, Pappy, give me a perception awareness roll? And Agent Hardigan, are you using any enlightened procedures while you're doing this walk?
Not really, no.
All right, just give me a straight up perception alertness check then, if you don't mind.
Diff is 6.
Difficulty is 6, yes, sorry.
Okay, well, all right.
3.
Excellent.
That worked out pretty well.
And you have 4? Awesome. Yeah. All right, so as you're making your way through, at first you both sort of notice the same things. As you approach the neighborhood, you do see there's some houses kind of leading up to this little industrial park. Other towns will have like good block, bad block. This almost has like a good house, bad house rhythm. You'll see a house that is, a relatively nice starter home looking place. It's got a well cared for lawn. Everything seems to be in good repair. It's next to a house that has knee-high grass with the porch sort of melting off the front of it. A very clear condemned sign in one of the boarded up windows. And that's just kind of almost the rhythm as you approach this neighborhood. When you get into the last block beforehand, it's much more of it's more like 3 of the condemned houses to every one sort of occupied place. Walking down the street, and we're talking by this point probably middle of the day, you do see a couple people kind of wandering the area. You see there's one guy, looks like he's maybe in his 20s or so, sort of slumped over in a doorway in one of the buildings next to the club, about a block up from the club. Looks like he's nodded off, probably from like an opiate nap. The streets are they're almost absent potholes in this neighborhood because every piece of asphalt is basically ripped up and turned over. It's not so much paved as loosely covered in broken cement. When you get to the actual choke of the cul-de-sac, you notice there's no sign for the thirst trap. There's no real indication that there's even a nightclub there, other than the fact that while the rest of the doors just appear to be kind of your standard kind of metallic industrial door, the entryway to this club is painted like a very loud, very bright red, and there's like a speakeasy style slider on that door, or like a visual slot. With your perception roll, Agent Hardigan, you do note that there's other than these people that are kind of appear to be like residents of the neighborhood, doesn't seem to be anyone around. You notice there's some broken glass in the alley, a little bit of discarded paraphernalia. There's probably a couple of dirty needles, but there's also like cigarette rolling paper packages and things along those lines sort of strewn about. It doesn't look like the street sweepers make their way down here very often. You do notice evidence that someone has used the ruin at the back of the cul-de-sac as a squat. Doesn't look like it's been relatively recently. There's evidence that there maybe had been a campfire there, but looks like probably a couple of weeks ago. It was the most recent. And there's definitely like burn barrels that have been used relatively heavily. So there is a possibility that you might just have some homeless people wander in, probably less likely if you're having your meeting in the afternoon, but it is something to be aware of. And you're able to start sort of putting up that spray paint. The building of choice itself doesn't have any broken windows. Most of the windows appear to have been painted over, which may have been done to keep the place cool while it was still functional. It's not uncommon, especially in older warehouses.
Yeah.
But there's nothing immediately leaps out as like, oh, this is really something else, or this is a dangerous situation. It does look to be secured. It does look to be disused. It doesn't look like anybody messes with it too much. However, you do also note that you're not the first person to tag down here. There are a number of pieces of graffiti, so your artwork will probably fit right in.
I'm going to make sure that at least any critically important pieces do not tag over anybody else's tags. If there's any spots where I'm just kind of tagging to make it look like I'm just tagging random places that aren't really of any importance, I'm not gonna be so picky about the placement and location.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and give me let's do a wits and what would be a good mix here? Let's do a wits and expression check for Agent Hardigan.
Could I do wits and streetwise?
Wits and streetwise would be great. Absolutely.
Okay. Because I don't have any in expression. I've got a 1 dot in streetwise, so that'll help.
There you go.
Maybe. No, it doesn't help at all. I botched.
Okay. So you're pretty sure that you have put these things up in a place that's not only going to be good for you to see from, but definitely not in the way of anything that's like important. There were a couple things that looked faded and old, and you just painted right over. Didn't matter. Those didn't look like they were important.
All right, works for me.
Excellent. Pappy, on the other hand, as you sort of tighten your circle up on the neighborhood, you begin to notice some strange readings. You had gotten 4 successes on your awareness roll, correct? You start noticing some strange readings, particularly regarding the gauntlet in the area. You would expect it to be extremely high in a region like this. Not quite as high as it might be like in a lab, for example, but pretty close. I mean, this place is, industrial in nature. It's certainly not, there's any grass that you're seeing is either wildly unkempt from neglect or like, brown and dying from sadness.
And you're gonna get some tags.
So you would expect the gauntlet rating to be relatively high, but as you get closer to the club, you find it to be low enough that it is outside of that it's a cause for concern. It's a cause for notation. It seems like, in fact, as you sort of start to triangulate it, that the club itself seems to be almost like a sinkhole in the gauntlet, where the gauntlet rating is remarkably, probably by an order of 2 or 3 on a scale of 1 to 10, lower than the surrounding area.
All right, I'll put a ping in our shared map software. I'll make that note to relay it to those guys so they know. Right on the building, and that's the primary one. I mean, it progressively gets lower and lower and lower and lower, and I hit the building, and I'm right on top of the location.
Yep.
I got that right.
But it's not the actual meet itself. It's the nightclub.
It's the nightclub. It's right there. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And
So
despite the low gauntlet rating, you do not notice increase in spiritual activity. In fact, it seems like there are less EDEs active in that immediate area than you would expect for such a low rating.
Interesting.
So a couple of questions. One, is this the kind of ping that would go out like immediately and we could respond to? You're putting it on the map.
I was under the impression I would be doing this actively. I'd be actively making notes as I'm driving. So it's like I saw this, and I would, whether it's a stoplight, a stop sign, you guys would be actively getting me driving around, making my old man notes as I went through stuff, because I wouldn't want to forget anything. So yeah, you're going to see me actively pinging the entire time I'm driving.
Okay. So the thirst trap is a very low gauntlet rating enclosed situation that, we would have to, like, somebody who is capable of, taking that particular step, out and in, for lack of a better term, could probably deploy a decent force in the thirst trap if they wanted to, right?
Yes. Yes. It represents a vulnerability.
How are we on arson?
So our job is to protect the masses.
Yes.
Arson, in
it's
most
closed.
cases, it's connected to the building that we're going to be using. So if you burn it now, that's going to be a controlled arson, which is going to raise suspicions. If we're going to go with that plan, we should at least wait another. We have 2 days to the meet. We have another day. There may be people inside doing cleanup work or something along those lines. We're supposed to protect the masses, not to, burn them.
All fair
we-
points. Yeah,
we
no,
do
I,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I'm just saying that having a low gauntlet, point that we can't observe doesn't seem great. And yeah, do not want to burn down anything with people in it.
It's suspect. I think it bears looking into the owner and other personalities associated with that location. And then if we find something, I'd say we make the recommendation, hey, you have these people here at this location right next to your meat site. You might want to choose a different site. Or, hey, who threw out this suggestion to start? It bears more investigation, I'd say.
I'll do some digging into the proprietors of the thirst trap.
Is there?
And we retain the option to, an incendiary option. Option B: branches and sequels of every plan. The incendiary option, the kinetic option. These are all options. But we're building a plan for the boss. It's the best way to do it.
So, what can we find out about the thirst trap on the internet?
Yeah, you want to search? Are you going to do searching on the mundane web? Are you going to access the digital web? Are you going to access the VDAS, the Technocracy database?
So I would imagine if this is a location that was in the VDAS, that it would be known and it would have been part of the briefing. So I'm going to be looking in not so much the digital web, but just in general searches through the news, any particular events, any newsworthy activity happened in that location. And if it'll help at all, I can use correspondence data too.
Yeah, that will certainly help you sift through. So go ahead and first let's kick it off with an enlightenment check. It's going to be difficulty 5 because it's an adjustment. It's coincidental.
1 success.
Okay, so that'll serve to lower your intelligence computer difficulty to a 4. Go ahead and give me that as you're checking the clear net, as it were, the public internet for information.
1.
All right. The thing that jumps out to you the most about this place, about the thirst trap, is it doesn't appear to have an online presence. Not only has it never appeared in any sort of news or any sort of broadcast about anything happening there, it doesn't have so much as a Facebook page. Now, go ahead.
To follow up on that, could I potentially do a search for any signs that it might have been scrubbed?
Yeah, that's going to take a little bit longer. So let's go ahead and do in computer. That's going to be difficulty 6 with your enlightenment, reducing it. And that's going to take you about an hour of searching to look.
Okay.
4?
It's 4 successes.
Okay, cool. No, it doesn't appear to have ever been there.
Okay.
And whilst you're doing that searching, was there some discussion of doing something on the digital web or another resource for Irwin, or were you?
Well, since I'm, once I've gotten, my own accommodations settled, like, if it's not on the mundane internet, checking the digital web pretty well seems like a good plan. So, guess, how is this done? Lay down on my bed and go walkabout?
I mean, that's an option. Using your DEI for sensory immersion, or are you doing astral immersion? Difference being sensory is literally just like you're still in your body. You're just interacting with it on a sensory level. Astral immersion is where you're using correspondence to push your consciousness onto the web.
Let's go with sensory immersion first.
All right. Roll the rating of your DEI at a difficulty of 4, please.
Okay. So for the rating of my DEI, I've got enhancement 3, wonder 3. So
Yeah, I believe it's a 3 is the DEI rating.
okay, and the difficulty was once again
4.
4. Okay. Two successes.
Excellent. You push your senses, and you again are still aware kind of the world around you, but the majority of your sensory input is now being taken up by the digital web. You see yourself on a grid sector, sort of the very basic function of the web. Grid sectors aren't what they used to be. This is a crowded, highly trafficked area filled with pop-ups and advertisements and users moving about. It's kind of a frantic, imagine kind of, navigating Times Square on New Year's Eve is kind of what the grid sector is like at this point. As millions and millions of users are dashing about on the base reflection of the internet in the digital web. Where would you like to go to sort of try to look for information on this? Are there contacts you want to reach out to? Is there do you want to try to look in places that are more frequented by enlightened and virtual adepts, or are you going to look into you also have the option of going into the virtual reflection of the darknet. So in other words, areas of the internet that are not cataloged by search engines, things along those lines, also do have a grid sector reflection in the digital web.
Given its absence from, the internet proper, the dark web reflection seems to be the best place to start. And, maybe, any news and or sites which are geographically related to the area.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a let's do a perception computer. Your difficulty is going to be 7 because there's just a lot to sift through. If you want, you can use enlightened procedures to sort of run subroutines to make that data sift a little bit easier. So there's a couple ways to go about that. One would be if you use correspondence at a 2 because you have a name, you have a connection to pursue. You can reduce your search difficulty. Another thing you can do is if you have mind 1, you can add in a multitasking subroutine so that you can make multiple checks each turn to try to basically run multiple searches at once.
Both of those sound great, as I have both correspondence 2 and mind 2. So
yeah, you can in fact combine those into one procedure. So you're going to be filtering through the data stream while separating your consciousness into multiple subroutines. Fortunately, you're on the digital web, so that is a totally coincidental adjustment. Go ahead and make a enlightenment roll at difficulty 5, please.
Three successes.
Excellent. You sort of reach down to the floor of the grid sector you're on and pull it up and dive down into the dark web. Despite its name, the majority of the dark web is just stuff that's not cataloged by search engines. So when you first arrive, it kind of looks like a grid sector with a lot less people in it. Still has sort of the buildings and streets motif, but it just looks emptier. But as you start to break out your senses and start sifting through for this, you start following threads and winding up in neighborhoods that appear very much like the physical reflection of the neighborhood that you find this place in, which leads you to believe that you're on some, maybe heading into the reflections of some sites that are less on the up and up. They're a little bit more, suspect. And as you're doing that searching, you eventually come to a sector that is sealed off. You can see a number of video feeds sort of moving outside of this box. And this box effectively has a series of icons that are sort of swirling around it, look like different fractal patterns, which you perceive to be probably a security system that would require some sort of an encryption or password to get beyond. Having said that, you are just immersed in the web, so you're not dealing with it through a mundane means, and you can employ procedures to get past that security without having to actually take the time to hack the password if you so choose. But it looks like this centralized box that is streaming out various video feeds.
Okay. Is there any way I could do like a perception enigmas to get some information about like the nature of the encryption?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Go ahead and give me perception enigmas. Your difficulty will be, we'll say 5 because you are multitasking, so you're able to look at it from a number of different angles at once.
And that's 2 successes. 3 rolled and a 1. So.
Okay. So as you're examining this, I mean, this looks like user-to-user encryption algorithms that are used again by mundane users. So this is not anything that's carrying any sort of enlightened oomph behind it. You could theoretically just pop past it if you wanted to using correspondence. It's a little risky, but it's doable. There doesn't seem to be any sort of enlightened security on it. This is just mundane, typical dark web stuff. People use this kind of technology to share all sorts of technically illegal data with one another. Everything from peer-to-peer file sharing all the way down to the darkest things that you might find on the internet use this kind of encryption.
Okay, let's pop past it.
All right, so that's going to be a correspondence 3 teleportation. However, because you're in the web, you get a +1 to your correspondence rating. So you effectively can use correspondence 3 at this point. The area that you're in is a grid sector, and you're moving into the same grid sector, so you're not breaking any of the rules of localized reality. So that's going to be an enlightenment roll at difficulty 6. Do you want to use any like primal energy or willpower to help with this?
I've got a primal energy, to start, and I think I'll burn a willpower on this as well.
Excellent.
So primal energy brings it down to 5.
Yep.
Get my roll in. 2 successes plus the willpower is 3.
All right, excellent. So you pop dead center of this sector. As your icon sort of regains its resolution, you look around. You see that you're in what appears to be a pay-per-view aggregator in the dark web. There are a number of feeds that seem to go to various places. This ranges everything from like, there's a brothel in Thailand you see a feed from. There's a watch me sleep feed that you see like an influencer has, where people can log in and pay per view to watch her sleep, and all manner of everything in between, mentionable and not. But in that sort of array of feeds, you do see a feed that is marked thirst trap, floor cams.
Okay. I'm gonna see what's going on there, because one, it's the day, so nothing should be happening there.
Sure. You walk over and access that stream. Once you start viewing the stream, you do see that there appears to be an array of 6 cameras that are all pointed at various areas of the dance floor. This gives you a basic sort of top-down overview of what the inside of the club looks like. And it's not necessarily a pretty picture. It's a dive bar, and looks like maybe hasn't been cleaned since the 90s. It's just filthy and the kind of place you want to make sure all your vaccinations are up on before you set foot in. There are some electronic gambling machines. There's a jukebox. There's a DJ booth. And you notice there are a series of alcoves along the outside of the dance floor that each are inaccessible and unviewable from the main feed, but each has like a little pay-per-view object attached to it to where you can open that internal feed. You also do see the stream coming out and basically from the central area of the room that you're in, feeding outward into wherever it is going. But go ahead and give me a let's do an intelligence and enigmas roll real quick as you catch that feed.
Okay, difficulty 6.
Difficulty will be 6. Yep.
Huh, 0 successes on that.
Okay.
Rolled 1 success and 1-1, so.
All right, yeah. I mean, so the only thing that occurs to you as you look at it is that you could conceivably follow that feed to anybody who's looking at it right now. If you wanted to trace and see who is watching, you have that option.
Before I do that, is there a way that I can basically, for lack of a better term, reserve this connection, like be able to return here and be able to see what's happening during business hours?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and just make a straight up intelligence computer roll. Because you've got the multitasking and the correspondence active, your difficulty is going to be 4. Basically, you're just dropping like a save point. So,
Bookmark.
yeah.
Intelligence computer.
Yeah.
4. You know what? I'll spend a willpower for this.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. That's many.
Lots of successes.
With the willpower, that is 7 successes.
Absolutely, yeah. So you could, if you so chose, the next time you immerse, or any time in the future when you immerse in the web, you can immerse directly to this room. So.
Okay, that's good to have. Next stop, following the other, following to the viewer.
Okay. You basically just grab the stream and start riding it along. It almost immediately as you hop onto the stream begins branching off in a number of different directions. Give me a wits and enigmas roll, please.
And that's at the 6.
That's the 6. Yep. It's at 5 because you've got the multitasking up.
Okay, that gets me 1 success.
Excellent. So as you're moving through these, you see that not only do you have these branches representing live streams that are happening, but some of them are also dimmer. And these dimmer streams are basically digital echoes that lead to an area that is referred to on the web as Streamland. Basically, there's so much crap moving around the internet now that anything that moves through that's like AV content of any sort, video, audio, even images, leave a reflection and ultimately pour down into this giant sort of repository of abandoned data. So you could conceivably catch one of those streams and view past broadcasts, whatever it was showing before.
That seems like exactly what I'd like to do.
All right. Go ahead and give me a... let's do... Because you're technically going to be popping, so let's go ahead and do another enlightenment roll at difficulty 6.
Another enlightenment roll. That's 2.
All right, you grab one of these errant streams and sort of shoot down. And as it moves from being like this just sort of tunnel of raw data, almost imagine like, inside the time tubes of, in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. As you go through that, it starts to take on sort of like a liquid quality around you, and you go over the edge of what appears to be like a waterfall. And below you, you see the enormity of streamed media. And it's a little much to take in, so I'd like you to make a willpower roll for me, please.
Is that permanent or temporary?
Your permanent willpower rating.
Okay. One success.
All right. You don't suffer any damage from trying to process all that at once, but it is overwhelming to say the least. You feel almost like that loop of like if you hear your own voice played back at you and it starts to interfere with your ability to like form a sentence. You feel a little bit of that going on, but you're able to refocus your attention on this particular stream and immerse yourself in it. And when you do, you see yourself standing in one of those alcoves behind that sealed door. And you're witnessing what at first appears to be a gentleman receiving a lap dance from a relatively attractive woman. Looks like she's probably in her 20s or so. She has a tattoo of a dragon that goes from like the face is on her shoulder and it goes down her back and all the way around, and then the tail wraps around, almost as if the legs are like hugging her torso, and the tail wraps around her left leg. Long black hair, wearing very heavy makeup. But almost immediately, you notice the guy starts to almost go like limp. Like his whole body kind of goes limp as she's reaching down near his neck. And go ahead and give me a perception and awareness roll if you don't mind. Difficulty is going to be 4 because you got that correspondence multitasking thing going on.
Three.
You notice she's got her face next to his ear. And she's like breathing in. And as she's breathing in, you can see these motes of energy sort of leaving from his ear into her mouth. You also notice in the corner like a ticker of views and tips and feeds that are going on about this. And there's probably about 100 people or so that were watching live at the time. And you see that once that energy starts coming out, you see the tips start shooting through the roof.
I think it would be more difficult to trace these tips at this point, given that the stream is past and, we're in Streamland.
Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable that you could. It's possible. It'd be a lot easier if you had access to time procedures.
Yeah. Can I what would it be to identify what, like, at this point, I'm pretty certain that what I'm seeing here is an RD.
That's a fair assessment.
But, like, what would I roll to identify the species of RD?
It would depend on what means you would like to use to scrutinize them. Now, you can tap into the K-gram on your phone and use DimSci if you wanted to look at them. That would probably be your best bet.
Yeah, DimSci and Prime, probably.
All right, but that will require you to roll the enlightenment of your phone.
Would that also be a 3?
Yes, I believe so. Let me triple check that, but I think it is. Yeah, base enlightenment's 3 on him.
Okay. And
Difficulty 4.
difficulty 4. Yep. 0 successes.
All right. No clue. Data's insufficient data.
Okay, and that method of feeding, could I use Prime to see what is being fed on? Maybe?
Yeah, you give it a shot. That would be your enlightenment at target of 4.
So 1 success as to what's being extracted.
All you can really tell is that it is some level of primal energy, and it's carrying a very heavy resonance of lust.
Okay. So I think at this point I'm gonna surface. Well, unless I can get a call to Pappy while I'm down here.
Oh yeah, you can absolutely like shoot a text message or even make a phone call. Like that's
Yeah, phone calls. I think where I'm gonna go.
all right. So Pappy, you're heading back from the neighborhood. Where are you gonna go after you finish your recon? By the way, are you gonna meet up back at Agent Hardigan's hotel room, or were you planning on going somewhere else? Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Since I'm using a company car. I was gonna probably turn that in, and then I was gonna probably coordinate where these guys wanted to meet. If they wanted to meet at a another location, vice one of their hotel rooms or the other. I guess it hadn't been decided yet, but I was at least gonna turn the car in, and then I'll find out where these guys want to go or where to meet.
If nothing else, there's that lovely coffee shop not far from the hotel where Agent Hardigan is staying, so you could always meet up there.
There we are.
As you're turning in the car, your phone rings.
Mr. Barry, go ahead.
So I'm looking at some historical video feed from one of the lap dance rooms in the Thirst Trap. And that very definite, RD activity. But let me know if this makes any sense to you. The reality deviant is young woman, dragon tattoo, feeding on lust-tinged primal energy from a guy's ear.
Oof.
Like almost sipping it out. Like not biting the ear or anything, just inhaling it.
Does it kill him?
I mean, does the guy... the guy is going limp. Travis, did he need to be carried out afterward?
If you, you sort of start to fast forward through the feed. It seems that she leaves him there, and then the feed ends. So there's no, the camera basically stops broadcasting.
Okay, and I can't switch back to the main room feed to see, at about that time to see what happens, or things are just that fragmented?
What you can do while you're in Streamland is you could try to make a correspondence roll to locate it, and if you're able to find it, you could pop over to that feed.
Okay, let us do that.
All right, that's going to be a difficulty 5.
Two successes.
All right, and then difficulty 6 to pop.
Three zeros, so success.
Yeah, you pop over to the outside feed. About 10 minutes you fast forward through, and you see, first thing you notice is this place is packed. And the clientele seems to be a unusual array of people. You're seeing everything from people in like fetish gear, all the way up through people that have kind of like, they're wearing basically like professional attire, suits, everything in between. You do see actually 2 uniformed police officers among the crowd. And you notice there are 6 security guards. They're all of remarkably similar height, build, skin tone, facial features. If you didn't know better, you'd say that they were like progenitor clones. They really look that close to one another. And they're just dressed in black shirts that say security and black pants. And about 10 minutes in, first you see the girl emerge. She emerges, goes out, hits the bar, turns in a ticket, picks up another ticket, walks over, grabs another person off the floor, goes into a different room. About 10 minutes later, 2 of those security guards walk over to the room she had originally been in and escort the gentleman out. He is basically look like they're walking a drunk out to the door. He's stumbly and he's out of it, but he's certainly alive.
Okay. I continue watching. Does the same general thing happen with the next guy that this woman?
Unfortunately, these sectors are no longer directly connected, so you're going to need to make another correspondence roll to see if you can connect.
Well, okay. I'm at the very least going to share with Sean that, I mean, with Pappy, that no, it does not appear as if this feeding was terminal.
Hey, Travis,
So-
I have to make some kind of knowledge roll based on this technique. Every monster has a method, right?
Sure.
If there's something that fits here.
Why don't you? I would say that would probably be either occult or esoterica mixed
Okay.
with your intelligence.
All right, we'll go with esoterica, I reckon. I have 1-8 and then garbage, so either that's good enough or it ain't. It's pretty obscure. But
Based on emotional feeding, your best guess would be something that would be connected to post-life entities. That sounds like something that because a lot of spirits of the dead that hang around, or reflections of the dead that hang around, gain their energy from emotion.
Okay.
So it's possible that if one of these EDEs is possessing someone, A, that will erode the gauntlet in the area in a hurry. But B, they might be using this unconventional method of getting their emotional fix, as it were. What'd you get on your correspondence check there?
I was actually waiting for the results, so give me a second. First at a 5 to identify.
Yeah, 5 to find it, and then 6 to hop.
So 1 to find.
Okay. That's all you need.
And definitely failing on that hop. I am really glad I rolled a success.
So you're like, you hear, hold on, let me check. Oh shit! Ah!
Because it was negative successes.
As you start to feel overwhelmed by the sensory input, again, give me a willpower roll, please. It will be difficulty 5 because you have multitasking up. That does help a little bit.
Also negative successes.
Awesome. You suffer 2 levels of bashing damage as your senses are overwhelmed by the onslaught of cat videos and YouTube and deleted social media posts, and you just sort of buffeted about for a second until you pop back to the sector that you last bookmarked, which is back inside of the the live feed.
Hear the shouting on the call.
Yeah,
Mr. Barry, you all right?
Yeah, no, just had a feedback. I'm gonna need some aspirin.
When and if you're able and recovered, you think we could maybe get an image of one of those people that were in that club to see if there's someone we can speak to when you're able?
Yeah, I'll see if I can get you the picture of the woman involved, and also their security guards were surprisingly similar looking, so I'll try to get you a picture of them too.
Maybe the victim.
Yeah, yeah, I'll get you the.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
Sorted. You'll be all right.
Yeah. So I send pictures of all 3, and I do a visual search on the victim.
All right. Go ahead and give me a enlightenment check, because you're effectively going to need to use like a forces 2 adjustment to screenshot what you saw.
Okay.
So that'll be difficulty 5. It's coincidental.
Failure.
Straight failure or botch?
Nah, 1116.
All right.
So
So yeah, you get a picture message to your phone, but it's like severely corrupted. Um, it's
All right.
going. You might be able to do a digital reconstruction on it, maybe.
It would take a lot more time than I have right now.
Most likely, yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
I think
we should. Oh, go ahead.
I think I'm probably going to unplug and deal with my headache a bit, and then meet up with everybody.
Will the coffee shop work, gents, near Agent Harding's hotel,
Sounds-
motel, Holiday Inn?
Sounds good.
Excellent.
All right.
Excellent.
You unplug. Go ahead and give me a stamina roll at difficulty 6, please.
Okay. I am just doing bad now. I had that good roll of luck, and I mean, it's not a botch, but it's a failure.
All right. The good news is that all that damage that you suffered was damage to your icon. So once you're out of the web, you're not suffering any actual physical damage. You are, however, going to be suffering net fatigue until you sleep. So you're going to be at -1 all your dice pools. Basically, you've got your eyes hurt, your neck hurts. You feel like you've spent the last 18 hours staring at a computer screen, even though you're only online for realistically a few minutes.
So we're talking a full night's sleep, not just a nap here.
Right, yeah, you're going to need to get a full night's sleep to get rid of that net fatigue.
Okay, I'm gonna send a text to Pat, Pappy's way. I'll be there, at the coffee shop, but I'm a bit burned out after that last session.
And you need pickup?
Nah, I can drive.
All right.
So you all...
Wait. No, pickup is a preferred.
You just look at your drive pool and like, maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah. Like, it's not bad, but it's not great either.
I'll swing by and get Mr. Barry here on the way to the coffee shop.
And when you pick him up, he's like, bloodshot eyes, dark circles. Looks like he just pulled an all-nighter, despite the fact that you only saw him maybe an hour and a half ago and he looked fine. And you all reunited at the coffee shop. Was there anything else that Agent Hardigan was doing during all this period, or were you just kind of walking your way back to where you had been?
I mean, if the building was open, I would have tried to go in and see if you could get into the warehouse without clearly breaking anything. I would have gotten.
The door is locked. You could try to pick it, or if you have any means of using enlightened procedures to open it, you could do so. But the door does have like a basic doorknob lock on it. You're talking about the warehouse itself, not the thirst trap, correct?
Yeah, the warehouse itself.
Yeah, it's just a simple doorknob lock.
Yeah, I don't think I have any procedures that would work there. Don't really have any lockpick tools, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make your way on back. All right, you all meet up at the coffee shop.
Any word from the street there, Agent?
I mean, it's what you would expect in that type of neighborhood. There's nothing that seemingly out of the ordinary when it comes to. I mean, it is what it is. It's a warehouse in an area of town where there's not a lot of buildings that haven't been shut down yet.
Mr. Barry's had his harrowing journey in the delights of that club next door, the Thirst Trap. I think this bear's setting up a sit rep just with reference to what we see there now. That the idea of there's an issue with the gauntlet there. There's
What happened?
oh
So what happened there?
oh, Mr. Barry, please.
Yeah, I decided to do some rather deep investigation because, the gauntlet being so low, localized in a strip club is not great. So, yeah, I found they're doing some live feeds, and I've got it bookmarked, so I can go back and take a look at it. But there is definitely some reality deviant activity in the club. There's at least one entity there who is using it as a feeding ground. They're feeding from primal energy from assumedly mortal subjects, using lust as a medium, it seems. Yeah, kind of had a hard disconnect.
Okay. So is it like a normal strip club otherwise?
I mean, their security guards look like triplets and not in natural identical triplets. Like, if I didn't know better, I'd say that they were progenitor clones. They were that similar.
But I mean, like, there were other girls working, right?
There were other girls working, yeah.
But it was
oh.
just this one. That was
Other
the problem.
thing. Yeah, there's a pay-per-view thing that they're doing, and a tipping system, and the tipping jar. When the woman started feeding on the guy, the tip jar just started getting filled really quick. So the patrons of the pay-per-view probably know.
I mean, so on one hand, whatever this thing doing that lap dance, mumbo, hoodoo, whatever, is clearly a reality deviant, but it's doing its thing. It was doing that before we got there, and it doesn't seem to be something that is going to affect our mission. Is this something we want to get involved in, or I mean, do we want to pass it along and just do our mission?
I think it's worth sending up as a report to say exactly what we've seen. There's some kind of EDE operating that location, possibly more, but at least one we can confirm for sure that there's activity here that's, again, that much more strange, permeated to multiple groups of people. And to figure out if this is just going to be, we either investigate or we choose a different location, because I think the warning would need to be passed. I would say we'd warn the other party of what's there, unless they've already discovered the same thing themselves.
Yeah. Also, us gathering in the same area, well, it wouldn't be while they were doing it, but it's possible that Adeptus McAllister might already know about this place and, it might be one of his targets, and he might float seeing whether or not we'd be willing to target the place as well. I'm saying no action other than make sure that we have that place covered and the report. But something with this might end up happening either during our meeting or as a result of our meeting. Does that make sense?
No,
Or-
I think it's fair to say that there's a certain, all of us congregating there, regardless, might attract something. Our immediate actions thereafter, the same thing. No, I agree with you. I think we put together a truncated report to say exactly what we've observed and gathered as part of reconnaissance. Say, with that in mind, we've definitely found something. If you want us to be a little more aggressive in our reconnaissance to find out, got it. If this is automatically a no-go, understood too. But again, we don't have the communication with Adeptus McAllister, right? If the message, if he knows also, they know. I don't know him, they. If they know also, then hey, great. All of a sudden, we're all on the same page. And I could see it. You're right. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. He might get some free resources from us by tuning us on to something shady that he already knew about. And here we are to respond to it. It'd be a savvy move.
Also, just as an extra, I now have access to cameras inside the building in case we decide to go with the incendiary option. I am capable of doing a much better job than we previously were at figuring out whether or not there are people inside.
Well, that's good to know.
That's it. It's good targeting.
I'm gonna just call up Tessa and be like, "Hey, there's something weird at the thirst trap. Does this need more investigation, or is this a known situation between you and McAllister?"
Okay. Yeah, she answers and says, define weird.
There's this woman who is apparently doing a succubus thing, though not. I don't know the details on it. It's she's seducing people and taking energy from them. Like a normal shipper, but taking more than just money. And the gauntlet seems to be weaker around there. So, I mean, I don't know if that's something that is already a known entity that we can let it lie. If it's not a known entity, we can go in and kind of try to get in and get some more details before the meet.
It is certainly not a known factor. Let me make a few calls and I will get back to you. In the meantime, hold tight.
All right.
Yeah.
So, while we're waiting for the
also-
call back, you need some coffee.
Oh, I need some coffee. I also need a good night's sleep.
All
I
right.
don't think I'm going to be particularly useful for anything the rest of the day.
All right.
I go and... What time of day is it?
So by this point, we're probably looking at about like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The club would theoretically be opening within the next couple of hours.
You're gonna at least need some food. Let's order you something.
Yeah.
And now, so while we wait to hear back, Pappy,
Cold brew and a sandwich.
so Pappy, we don't know yet. It sounds like this is something new. Tessa didn't know about it when I mentioned it. She's gonna see what she can find out and get it back to me.
Yeah. All right.
You able to order some food, get a little bit of coffee in Irwin, and right about that time, your phone does ring again, Agent Hardigan. And she says, "Okay, I've had a chance to discuss this matter with Adeptus McAllister. The intel that I was able to gather from that conversation was that this club operated many years ago under another name. It was back in the 90s and early 2000s, it operated under the name Club Eat Me. So apparently subtlety has never been part of their brand. But McAllister picked the location because he thought that this club had been long since done. It appears to have found a new life with this new identity, So we're going to go ahead and move the meet. We need to find a new location and set up a new time, but we both agreed that it was in the best interest of making sure that everybody felt safe and secure that we not proceed right now. He also asked me to pass along his gratitude at your thoroughness, as it appears that his own team did none of this reconnaissance.
All right, guys, we're gonna need a new location. So Tessa, you want us to try help scouting a new location, or is that something you guys got?
Well, I think he and I are gonna sit down and have one more personal face-to-face, where that's going to be the only item of the conversation, and we'll move forward from there. Where that leaves me then is with this situation at hand, and the question of, do we want to pursue this further? So why don't you all come into the office and let's go over the intel you've gathered and figure out sort of our action plan.
Is this a now thing, or is this a in the morning thing?
Well, I mean, sun goes down in about 2 hours. Is it your estimation, based on the intelligence that you've acquired, that whatever happened is likely to happen again tonight when the club opens?
The information that we acquired may or may not be a specific thing. We don't know if it's something that's a Saturdays only type situation, or if it's a 3-night a week or a 7-day a week operation.
What
Right.
was the timestamp I got? Do I have any timestamps from the data I saw?
Make a wits computer roll at difficulty 7 to see if you thought far enough back to track them.
Nope.
No, there's too much data flying around. You did not think to grab timestamps.
We do have some general surveillance up in the area already, so that if they are doing this party thing tonight, we will have eyes on going in and going out.
I can probably would leading somebody else to my bookmark be something I could do?
Oh, easily. Yeah, absolutely. Automatically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can at the very least get back to the mainstream for the thirst trap, and I could lead others there so that net surveillance could be put in place. It's just, I don't think I'm really in a good shape to go following any more threads.
So we can do net surveillance and physical surveillance based off of what we have set up, without necessarily having to be there. So we could come into the office, and if you want to watch it there, we can get that going. If this is something that we want to let things play out and take a look in the morning, we can do that too. It's on.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask you this. In your assessment, based on the intelligence you've gathered, are we looking at a significant threat to the health and safety of the masses in that immediate area if we don't interrupt their activities tonight?
I think anybody whose health is at risk is intentionally putting their health at risk.
We don't expect this to spill over into a massive.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem like it's a very large scale operation. It doesn't seem like this kind of place that is generally open to the public. It's the kind of thing you got to know somebody to know somebody to get there. So
Yeah, and the victims were at the very least capable of walking with assistance after the feeding. So
All right, well, this doesn't strike me as something that we need to, mobilize at a high priority on. I greatly appreciate the intelligence and the fact that we have that surveillance set up. So why don't I'll get a net capable agent to coordinate with you to get the surveillance set up. I'll put some sympathizers on your spray cams, and let's let it ride for the night. Everybody can get rested up. I will work on trying to figure out an alternate plan for my meeting with McAllister, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at my office. Sound like a plan to everyone?
that sounds good to me.
sounds good.
Great.
Good work, agents.
Thank you.
And she hangs up, leaving you free for the remainder of the evening. Would you be? I assume Erwin's gonna go take a nap, right? Gonna go get some sleep.
Well, yeah. Once the bookmark has been passed off, he eaten, having a proper meal, and then going to bed are the two things
Right.
on the menu.
And are the rest of you just kind of retiring to your rooms, or were either of you planning on doing anything else that evening?
Well, if I recall, there was the establishment with the tiger in the name that some of my co-inhabitants of the hotel work at.
Yes.
So I would like to go and see if there's anybody there who might have said hi to in the hallway or something, and see if they have any information about the thirst trap.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and give me. Let's do. Let's do a charisma streetwise. And let's make that at difficulty 6.
Can I use mind at all to make myself a little bit more charming?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that would be enlightenment difficulty 5 first.
Okay. 1 success.
All right, so we'll reduce your difficulty on your skill roll to a 5.
Okay. 3 successes.
Awesome. Yeah, so you actually you do talk to one of the ladies. She's kind of on her way out the door, but doesn't seem like rushed. She's like waiting for an Uber, basically. And she, you're fairly certain she works at the Tiger Tail. You can even approach her and be like, "Hey, did I see? Not to be weird, but did I see you at the club?" Would probably be about all it would take.
All right.
And so, what specifically are you going to ask her regarding the thirst trap?
I heard some weird rumor about this place called the Thirst Trap. It sounds kind of sketchy. What do you think about the place?
Yeah,
Anybody who
it's
works there?
it's sketchy as fuck. Yeah. I did 2 nights there as a cocktail waitress, and never again. Place is weird.
Anything like just a creep owner, or is there like?
No, the owner's actually pretty cool. It's the environment. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. The whole place is just sketch. Like the minute you walk in, you get hit with this vibe that you're in a place you shouldn't be. And I guess some people dig that, but I didn't. And the security team is they're sweet, but I don't think they're right. They're a little like You ever read of Mice and Men?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, it's a book about. Short answer. One of the characters in it's super slow. And that's what the guards reminded me of. He's sweet but super slow, and so super slow that he accidentally hurts people. I got that vibe from the guards, okay, from the security folk. So that was red flag number one. Red flag number two is the place itself just feels weird, and there is a DJ that works there that struck me as like super sketchy. Goes by the name Jason the Magnificent. He'd shaved head, covered in tattoos, got a hook hand.
It'd be hard to be a DJ with a hook hand.
He does surprisingly well, but DJ skills notwithstanding, though, the dude just has a serial killer vibe, like in the worst way.
All right, so but it's, I mean, you didn't see anything bad. It's just, the vibe and people felt creepy.
Right? Yeah. Like
I get you.
Nothing. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like it's a dive bar, so I don't know if you've been to any of the local dive bars, but people, shooting up in the bathrooms, shit like that you'd expect. There's dirty cops that go there. I know that. Because there were some conversations that I overheard about where the borders and boundaries were between some of the girls who were working the rooms, and the basic implication was that the cops were on the payroll, so there's nothing to worry about. But again, I was just waiting. I was just doing cocktail waitress, so I wasn't like dancing or anything. They don't have like dancers there. It's all it's mainly like a dance club. They have some stages that they occasionally will have like routines on, but the girls who work the lap dance rooms are just like companions. There's not like a main stage.
I get you. Okay.
So that was a little sketch too. It felt more like working in a brothel than working at a strip club.
Yeah, sounds kind of like it. But hey, I don't want to keep you. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say come
Thank
down
you.
to the Tiger Tail. That place is clean, and we have security guards that aren't creepy, and nothing illegal going down. So swing by.
Yeah, well, I got to meet up with someone, but we'll see what they want to do, and we'll see what happens.
Cool.
All right, if I don't see you, you have yourself a great evening.
I will do my best.
Good luck. Get those tips. Get that money.
Plan on it. She steps out and stands out front for a minute, and her Uber comes and gets her.
So I'm gonna write up what she told me and what I have as far as that to bring towards the meeting for tomorrow morning.
All right. And what's Pappy doing with the remainder of his evening?
So like the lame look as far as normal civilian internet's concerned, because knuckleheads will check in all over the place. I'm assuming that nobody checks in at the thirst trap.
Right.
But what density around there look like as far as folks checking into locations? I mean, are there if I were to look a plot, are there just points where I can just tell, like, oh man, there's congregations of people that occur, whether it's a convenience store, whatever the hell, anything near that place? Because the goal is to talk to people that might end up seeing patrons wandering out in some kind of strange days because there's a density of people or otherwise that exist around it.
So in terms of like social media check-ins, nothing really sparks. But just even from like your recon, you'd notice that there's, well, tell you what, give me a intelligence investigation or computer, whichever's higher.
That's the same.
And let's do that at difficulty 6.
Okay.
2? Okay. You do notice that there's a burger joint called Zips that's like 6 blocks away. That's like a drive up. You go and there's like car hops type shit.
Yeah.
That a lot of people will check in at, usually Thursday through Sundays. So that might be kind of a place that maybe people are congregating afterward. And you remember seeing that on your drive past. You also do remember there is a convenience store like 2 blocks away, where you would assume anybody that was kind of wandering out that was going in that general direction would probably stop. So you could ask around at those places if you were trying to get just some basic investigation done.
Yeah, I'll do that. So I'll kind of on my way to go grab food at Zips. I'll hit the convenience store first.
Right.
Head in there, buy some just whatever crap, and go to ring up, and I'll talk to whoever's behind the. I mean, I'm missing just one worker there.
Right.
I'll
Yeah,
just-
there's 2 people working. They're behind they're in like a bulletproof cage.
Sure.
And there's a lady, looks like she's probably in her 40s, and a guy that barely looks like they're old enough to sell cigarettes. So that's the crew. And as you walk up, what would you like to ask them about?
I'll talk to the kind of the older woman first. I'll set my stuff down. And I'll grab like stuff that a guy getting sent out to grab stuff has to get, like milk, bread, whatever the hell,
Right.
Sit it down. The wife's on me about this. Driving around here though, there ain't much, but and I'll what's this place over here? One of my kids was telling me about this joint. It's on the tip of my tongue. What is it? Thirst Trap Club. Have you heard of this thing?
She nods her head. Yeah. Yeah. I would tell your kids to stay the heck away from that place.
Yeah.
Not a great scene.
It's enough of a fight to keep them in the decent parts of Rockford and still in school. What have you heard about this joint? I'm kind of, you're never in the know when they start talking about stuff, and they're on apps and doing all this stuff. What have you heard?
First of all, people come pouring out of there all hours of the night. I used to work thirds. I stopped this last year, and that's what I've been training Ricky here for. Isn't that right, Ricky? He smiles. Yeah, I'm gonna get full time. It's gonna be great.
Hey
And
man, congrats.
she says, we have liquor laws here that we stop serving at 3, and I had a guy come in one morning about 4:30. Said he had been there. He was stumbling all over the place already, and when I refused to sell to him, he threatened me, and then punched the bulletproof glass until his knuckles bled, like he's gonna punch a hole through it or something. I don't know, but I had to call the cops to get him out of here, and that was a whole mess. But stuff like that would happen all the time on thirds.
Was he a tweaker or?
I don't know. I mean, I took him for just being drunk, but we get a lot of that coming out of that place. People just acting erratic when they come out. I also had a dude come in, again, probably drunk as a skunk, but he came in and he poured himself a coffee, and he just sat back by the ice machine and cried for like an hour. Sat there and
Wow.
cried. And I wasn't gonna, I was worried, but I just kind of called from the door, hey, are you okay? And he didn't indicate any distress, and I didn't want to get somebody shot by a cop for no reason, so I just kind of let him sit back there and cry.
Oof.
But stuff like that happens 2-3 times a week on nights here.
And I mean, and I understand your strength when you have to call him and the guy trying to punch his way through glass. That's insane. Do the cops though to come back through here every once in a while though to check? I mean, based off the activity, the stuff that you have called in.
I've never seen a cop come through here unless we call them.
Fair enough. Well, I'm sure you and Ricky are going to have a great time training.
He's like,
Thanks a
"Yeah,
lot for the groceries.
I'm gonna get full time," he says.
Hey, man. Any job's a good job. All right, y'all take care now. Have a good day.
You too, thanks.
All right. When I get back out to the truck, I'm gonna just make a note and for research purposes, police instance, especially that one, like the police responded to a guy, going nuts inside of this convenience store, and just see if there's a possibility of trying to find that specific police report. I mean, I'll be happy to use like my backup background. So just like, hey, look, find me this report. If there's any details about what the hell this, here's the location, here's what happened, general time frame, what this is about. And then try to figure out why there aren't like patrols taking place here. If they are getting routine calls like, hey, there's guys freaking out, it stands to reason there'd be some kind of presence related to that.
Give me an intelligence investigation and backup roll, please.
Okay.
Difficulty is going to be 6.
Okay.
All right. You get some information back. They tell you it's probably going to take them a little while to get back to you. It's going to take a couple hours of them doing some digging. In the interim, are you still going to stay in town, or are you going to go back home for the night?
I'll head home for the night.
All right. You do so. Go ahead and give me just a perception and awareness check as you're driving out of town. Difficulty 6.
2.
You don't notice anything unusual or any tail or anything like that.
Okay.
You make your way home safely. You have a relaxing evening with the family. Get yourself a good night's sleep. Is there? I know that Irwin was turning in as well. Agent Hardigan doing anything else for the evening, or are you going to turn in for the evening as well?
I mean, it would be rude to the my neighbor not to come say hi at the Tiger Tail.
That's
so
fair.
I'll stop by for a little bit, maybe get a dance, and then come home.
That's fair.
Don't want to stay out all night. Don't want to get too drunk and hungover. Just be polite. Make that possible connection, and you don't know what's going to happen later on. So
That's fair.
might as well make the connections you can while you're in the city.
There you go. As she described, it does seem to be a relatively clean environment. It's not like a big city upscale strip bar by any stretch of the imagination. The security guards aren't like in suits. They're t-shirts and jeans guys. But it's certainly a order of several magnitudes cleaner than the than what you have been described and seen of the Thirst Trap. It's a relatively uneventful evening, and yeah, things proceed as normal. The next morning, you all wake up. You all are messaged about 7 in the morning from Special Agent McLaughlin, and she says, I've got a face-to-face scheduled for next week with McAllister. I have intel we've collected at the office. Surveillance was up all night. And I'll be happy to share that with you when we see you there. You also have a message, Pappy, from your contacts. And what your contacts have explained to you is that the reason that there are no ongoing patrols there is that the captain of the police force has ordered that there not be any ongoing patrols in that neighborhood. There's a geopolicing initiative in Rockford where they effectively decide what neighborhoods get coverage and what neighborhoods don't. and that is one of the uncovered neighborhoods. However, it is bordered on all sides by covered neighborhoods. And according to your contacts, the common wisdom in the department is that the chief doesn't want people messing with the thirst trap because the chief has connections to the place, whether that be a personal investment in the joint, a kickback that he's getting, maybe he likes to go there. It is known that there are a few of the ranking officers in the department who do like to, frequent the place as clientele, whether it's to just go and have a place they can kick back and not have to worry, whether it's to make connections with potential informants, or whether it's because they like to occasionally be the ones getting handcuffed and beaten on. There are a number of officers who frequent the joint. So that is the fact that there is a club operating there, that it's operating illegally, and that the behaviors around the place are a bit unusual, it seems to be kind of an open secret with the police department.
Okay.
So armed with those bits of information, you all arrive back at the construct in Rockford. Make your way up to the meeting room with Special Agent McLaughlin. Now, are any of you stopping for or doing anything else on your way in there?
I'm gonna grab coffee and bagels to bring in on the way in.
Nice. Anything?
Getting a breakfast sandwich and some coffee is probably good.
Yeah. Well, after your night of sleep, you feel much better. You're no longer seeing like ghost images of ones and zeros every time you close your eyes. So that's a plus. And yeah, you all arrive, make your way in. Agent McLaughlin is sitting there, and she's got a tablet in front of her and some paper dossiers, and just seems to be going over kind of a wealth of information when you all come in and sit down. And she says, well, I don't know who deserves the kudos, but there's definitely some kudos to be had for this intelligence about this place making its way to us. Surveillance has confirmed basically everything that you suggested. There's definitely something going on there. It's definitely extra-dimensional in nature, and we do believe that it is being monetized by the establishment. We were able to utilize the bookmark that you sent, and we actually discovered that through doing some tracing, that all these tips that are being moved around are being moved around through Bitcoin, which makes them a little harder to track. But fortunately, we have some very good data analysts working at the construct. We have reason to believe that there are post-life EDEs that are actually stealing Bitcoin and feeding it into the these tips. Some of these people that are tipping are, in fact, we're relatively certain anyway, are just people who found the site, people who are on the internet looking for weird things and willing to pay money for them. But we believe there's a statistically significant amount of these transactions are actually being purchased by EDEs. So I don't know if they're possibly able to enjoy some of the benefits of this emotional vampirism vicariously. That's something that I've got inquiry out to Border Defense Corps on right now. Try to get a handle on it. fact of the matter is this is rapidly moving outside of my area of expertise. So I think we're going to hand this investigation over fully to the Void Engineer Border Defense Corps. Because everything points to me that this is some sort of, well, in the current common parlance, we have a ghost problem. Now, I don't know if these people are cultists that are worshiping these things or if they're possessed. And frankly, I will be just fine not knowing the answer to that ever. If BDC can handle it, good on them. But I will make sure that I am noting in all of your files your diligence has enabled us to get this operation together and has very likely prevented what could have been a disastrous situation had we pursued that delicate negotiation in that environment. And I will also pass that on to McAllister as well. We are very fortunate in that he did have some previous experience with the property, though again, he has indicated that he thought the place had been out of operation for some time. And I have no reason to not believe that at this point. So if there's nothing further, I would say job well done, and I will be reaching out again once I have data regarding the next meeting. As your service, as again, like I said, has been exemplary, and I'll make sure that that is cited in all of your records. Anybody have any questions about that, or anything else that they want to offer in regards to that?
I would only offer, ma'am, information through context that there might be some complicity amongst local law enforcement with regard to, allowing this establishment to operate and connections therein. And while, again, I'm loath to begrudge people their own freedoms and individuality, complicit in harming others by my book is still another serious issue that could cascade further. I don't know that for sure, but it's just the information I gathered post facto as we did some initial reconnaissance last night.
Well, I do appreciate that. And in fact, if you don't mind, what I'll probably do is, to that end, I'm happy to put you all in contact with the BDC team that's going to be coming in. But Pappy, I will almost certainly pass them on to you as you have familiarity with Void Engineer procedures. So if you want to share that intelligence with them, you're more than welcome to do so, and I'll make sure it's noted in our files as well. Any other questions or concerns? Well, congratulations. You've done the Union a grand service, and you did it without a shot fired. That's the best operational scenario we can ask for.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So should we wait to hear from you for when the next meeting is, or are you good on that now?
No, feel free to proceed normally if you get other assignments. Don't keep your calendar clear on my account, but I will definitely be reaching out when I have actionable information.
All right, I guess I'll head back to Chicago. You know how to get me.
Indeed.
I'm capable of driving back now, so.
We appreciate your service. And on that note, I think that's where we'll wrap up game for this session. So any questions, comments, complaints, or concerns about today's voyage through the Technocracy?
We didn't trap Pappy's death flag. Yay.
That is true. That is true. Cool. Well, I once again just want to thank you all so much for working with me to get this scheduled, for your support of Technocracy Reloaded in general, and for the fun game. This was very cool. This was definitely not the direction I expected it to take. So thank you for throwing me some curveballs and for smart play. I was all ready for you to go walking in there and wind up having to fight your way out, and had a whole scenario set up for that direction. But you outsmarted the scenario, and that is a good achievement. So this has been a great time. Before we head out, just one last time for the folks at home. Let's go ahead and tell us who you are, and the pertinent details for yourselves, your character, and if there's anything at all that you want to promote, call attention to, anything that either that you're working on or just something you want to shout out. Now would be an opportunity to do that. So let's go ahead and start things off with Agent Hardigan. Please give us your pertinent details.
Hi, Zachary, Zachosaurus, Zach Rules, whatever you want to call me. I am at Zach Rules on most socials if you want to follow me or anything. I am in the process of working on a one-shot for Hunters Hunted that I started writing through the RPG Writers Workshop. I am way behind on schedule on that. So it's coming eventually once I figure out where I am and what I could do next from there. That's about all I got. Thanks for watching.
That's awesome. Thanks for joining. And I would like to just take the opportunity to point out that if you have any interest whatsoever in getting involved in the industry, that RPG Writers Workshop is a incredible resource run by wonderful people, and I would highly recommend looking into it. If you Google RPG Writers Workshop, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. It is a invaluable asset. Definitely check it out. Next up, Erwin, give us your details, please.
Hey, I'm Justin Buckley. That's about it. I had a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching. And thank you very much for holding this.
Oh, thank you so much for playing. I had a blast. It's always cool. Like, theoretically when you write something that no plot will survive contact with players. But it's always fun to see how it pans out. And that was very much kudos to the group for taking this in a very different direction than I had initially expected. It was a good time. And last of all, Pappy, please give us your pertinent details.
Hey, so I'm Sean Wolfman again. This was fun. You want to encourage, especially Mage Technocracy, this system, it's just a unique plot line, game line that just makes people, I think, better role players, better in general. I think this is great. You did a great job, Travis. This was awesome. And certainly, there's always the curve, and being able to react. And I could kind of tell him, like, I bet you he was waiting for us to take this kinetic option, that we should be kicking indoors and warheads on foreheads, and we did not do that, which I think is, again, a credit to the team. Talk about good reconnaissance doesn't get caught, right? So I think as far as that, we're squared away for that. But this is great. This is fun. I had a lot of fun with the group.
Yeah, it was awesome to have you. And again, like I said, absolute kudos to you all as players for finding those opportunities to address it in a smart way, in a way that I think is reflective of what the Technocracy is when it's at its best, which is about getting information, acting on that information in a responsible fashion, and yes, having the backup plan that if we have to blow the place up, we have a way to do it. In the event that Plan B happens, we can flatten the joint. So that was super cool. So again, thank you all so much for joining us. Those of you who are watching, whether it be live or on the replay, thank you so much for checking it out. Please do pick up Technocracy Reloaded. I believe it is now on Backer Kit. You can still get the deluxe version of the print book with the leather cover and all that fun stuff. And there's some add-ons you can get through there as well. And then it will be eventually, it'll be rolling out to Drive-Thru RPG and to hopefully stores near you. And I also do want to just make mention that this scenario that we ran today is one of the scenarios that will be appearing in the Operatives Dossier, which is the sort of player's guide supplemental material that we were able to put together thanks to the tremendous support that we got on the Technocracy Reloaded Kickstarter. So thank you so much to the fans of Mage for making that happen and for giving me one more book to play around with in a beautiful world. The working on Mage was always a bucket list item for me, so I'm stoked that I got the opportunity, and it was very much thanks to the support of the people that helped us make it happen on the Kickstarter. So thank you all for your part in that. Thank you all watching at home. Be good to yourselves and each other. Wear masks and wash your hands, please.
Definitely.
Thanks.